Hello. Hello, everyone. We're live. We're here. We're chilling. We are going to be talking and watching EUIC today. And so, yeah, just like yesterday, same kind of deal, same idea. We're going to be joined by Alex, who said you can start without me. And so he's going to be here any second now as we go through all of the action. Now, I will say, I have watched 2 of the rounds today. I watched a couple of them while I was I was in the car. And so I know who the finals are. I know what top 4 is. So it's not entirely blind. I think Alex and Rajan have tried to avoid being spoiled as much as possible, but obviously we've all got a bunch of friends competing. So we all want to see how they did. And so we were kind of aware of what was going on. But yeah, it should be a good time. I think that, I definitely have some talking points from the games that I did watch, and so hopefully the other games are just as interesting. And yeah, I want to wait till people get back, I guess. But we'll see if we get someone to come in and hang out. Otherwise, I guess we can just get going. Honestly. Let's get going.
We're not in the Ditto cool club, but I feel like as well some of the choices out
How's
there,
that volume? Can you hear?
Such a standard Pokemon choice, but I picked it because it's a cat, and I love that kind of style of Pokemon,
And I like the Terapagos pick as well.
Terapagos,
smart.
I think it definitely is.
I don't want the commentary to be too loud. I want you to be able to hear me, but also, there's gonna be some background noise. This stream is longer. Yesterday there was only 8 rounds of streams. This time, I think we got all of top 8. We got top 4. We got top 16, top 32, and then 4 rounds of Swiss. Is that that's 12 rounds? 12 rounds today? Really? They streamed 12 matches today? Oh, God. It's going to take a while.
Returned.
Hello, Alex. Welcome back. We are live.
All right, let's go for it.
Yeah. So they streamed 12 matches today, so we have a lot to get through.
All right, perfect. Let's get started then.
All right. And
what is the first one? Ooh, that's my smart money.
you picked Hoj?
Yes.
This is Frederick Nielsen, Danish player, taking on Kai Livinghouse, Mr. Animus, using his signature Pokemon, Weezing. He is in fact the best known Weezing player. And yeah, this time, he found out the game was bugged and stopped using all the photosynthesis, those pesky photosynthesis Pokemon with it. Using Iron Hands doesn't really have an ability. Calyrex doesn't really have an ability.
Right.
And then Powdite, yeah. So interesting take on the Weezing CSR comp. Normally you see it with Dozo, but I think that people are preparing for that combination specifically. But the combination of Weezing CSR is definitely still very capable, and it's cool to see other ways to build around it. What do you think?
Yeah, no, this is, I think it's doing Shadow Rider in a very different way than other people were playing it. And so, yeah, you usually either see, like, hyper offense related more towards, like, expanding force or a Chi-Yu, or a much more defensive nasty plot set. So I like that this one wasn't doing either of those things, and it's also not that, like, cringe Dozo stuff, so yeah. That's
Encore is
cool.
cool too. I haven't seen Encore at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, just like good move in general, as long as you're using it at a high enough speed stat. One of the best things you can do is just turn off options like Fake Out or punish any kind of, one-off move that you wouldn't want to be clicking on a following turn, like, a setup move or Protect or anything else. Moves like that just can be really, really punishing.
Mm-hmm. Do you think hazards are getting better in VGC?
That's a very funny question, Adi. You should save that for a YouTube video. I bet you could make one like that. Are hazards getting better at VGC?
Were VGC players just behind the entire time? Maybe Smogon players were right.
Who's going to be the first person to use heavy-duty boots? It makes me think of one of the most extreme item cases back in 2019 or whatever, when Shed Shell Stakataka made a deep run at an Internets. And it was just specifically for, like, Mega Gengar and stuff like that, so it was very funny. Not a lot to say about this team from Frederick here because it's been seen. Obviously, it's not, like, a standard team. You know, there's still, you know, credit where credit's due. This is not doing Miraidon like most other players. Most other players aren't using Sneasler for starters. But they've been using this team in online Victory Road tournaments and having pretty decent results with it there. So, yeah, we're not complete strangers to it. Yeah, let's. We got 12 matches, Adi. You're gonna have to stop pausing the game. You got to just keep it moving.
I gotta ask, do you think Hoj is dressed up like Brock intentionally?
Yes, absolutely. I did see some memes talking about Wolf's Fit from yesterday, saying he looked like Bubble Bass from SpongeBob, which also seems largely color based. I don't know, maybe, but nobody. I didn't see anybody talking about Brock. Bubble Bass, yeah.
That's it. He doesn't look like that.
I mean, like, I think no, I'm not. I didn't say this. I want you to know that I didn't say this one. There was like people replying it.
You're allowed to wear an orange shirt. So
right.
So you know, we use double normal. Tree is triple normal at NAIC. I always thought that Ferrograph Ursaluna was very, very difficult for Caloric Shadow to power through. Although I normally didn't like leading the two.
Yeah, there's like definitely some unknown elements to how this matchup's going to play out because this POW is like Life Orb. It's going to hit a lot harder than your typical Chien POW, and also you don't always see Shadow Rider with Chien POW, so we do just see Ursaluna picked up here immediately with the double up. It did take the double up to get it. And Trick Room goes off, and I'm sure that there's still, you know, exactly one other Pokemon that can use this Trick Room well in the back for Frederick here, but you gotta imagine that that's a very strong start to the match that Kyle's happy to see.
Yeah. I mean, Miraidon, I assume, is the Pokemon that's just slower than Kyle's team. He doesn't have a ton of defensive options, and the slower option is Dragonite, which, of course, the main move is being nullified. Oh, Iron Hands. Never mind. What do you know?
I was thinking about Iron Hands from Frederick, I meant that because Frederick lost the Ursaluna turn 1 and set Trick Room, a lot of the rest of the team is relying on fast offense, like Sneasler, Tornadus, and Miraidon. So I figured Iron Hands would come in. However, depending on how this Miraidon is trained, it definitely could be slower than both of these two Pokemon. So
almost certainly.
That might have been what informed it to come in. Yeah. I think Life Orb POW, I don't know, it might just be running Jolly Nature just to be, you know, contesting those other 205 base speed Pokemon. And yeah, then for Shadow Rider, I have to imagine a Sash Shadow Rider is like max speed 100%. So
right. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I always thought that whenever I was playing against Shadow Rider, I was always trying to switch my normal types in on an Astral Barrage turn to get momentum. This, you know, just kind of sacking the Ursaluna turn 1 was very interesting. So here's the defensive switch. We did see that Frederick like Dazzling Gleam, so this is a pretty free switch in.
Yep. And so foul play, Weezing taking no damage there. And notably, the Sucker Punch does go off into the Miraidon because the Weezing turning off Armor Tail.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, the thing is, and of course, Kyle should be more familiar with this than anybody else playing it, but like you have to, like, you know, open your brain to plays that normally wouldn't be allowed because of the ability to turn off abilities. And so, yeah, that's a really cool option there. Notably, putting the chip down on the Miraidon means that you might be able to just finish it off with a low kick from your own Iron Hands here. And if Iron Hands is that other Pokemon, it's not going to comfortably switch in on a low kick. As you can see, it takes over half. Psychic Noise firing back, but not for as much damage as one might hope. And a Dazzling Gleam from the Weezing, again, also just kind of chipping things. But yeah, I think the most notable thing that we can learn from this match is probably how the Iron Hands stack up speed-wise. And otherwise, I have to say that it's looking pretty favored for Kyle here with the amount of damage that's done to the Miraidon, and the fact that you have no more Ghost Immunes with your Giraffe being parried and your Ursaluna being taken out. Astral Barrage is going to clean this game up easy once we get to that point. So yeah, it's just all about learning here. And right now, Trick Room's gone. We'll have to see if we even get to learn that at all.
Yeah, and Sash intact on the Caloric Shadow, so Yeah, I think the CSR, if you undo Trick Room, we saw a taunt come off, so he can't reset it. It's going to be really hard for Frederick to come back. Maybe Foul Play, and maybe like Miraidon is just bulky enough to be able to take an Astral Barrage from this unboosted Calyrex. I could see that happening, but it's going to be hard.
Is it, it's Ghost Terra on the Calyrex? Ooh,
Is it?
1 HP. And so, hold on, wait, first we saw, yes, we did see Kyle's Iron Hands go after Frederick's, so that actually makes things harder for a Trick Room route for Frederick. I would not be surprised to see the Tailwind mode used in the next game. And then, yeah, Terra's still available, and it's Terra Ghost, so you do get to just put an extra multiplier on this Astral Barrage, which, if the Miraidon was on the field, I imagine that might have been enough to pick it up, and if it's not in the field, I imagine that it's going to pick up a, you know, Grimnay boost before Miraidon hits the field, so it's absolutely going to be enough.
Yep.
Might even be 2 Grimnay boosts. We'll have to see.
Well, yeah, and well, like also notably, and it's not going to matter, but the Miraidon is not going to get Electric Train either, which is pretty funny. That's going to help out a little.
Yes, yes.
Not going to crack here.
You know what's silly is at a certain point in the battle, it did occur. I don't think it ended up being relevant. I guess it was relevant to the amount of damage Wheezing took from the Dazzling Gleam on switching. But Hydrant Engine sets the electric terrain and then gives a boost to the amount of damage Miraidon can deal. And so even Wheezing coming in after the fact still does change how much damage Miraidon is dealing if it's going for something like a Dazzling Gleam. You know, Electro Drift would still use the electric terrain to boost its damage, but it wouldn't also use Hadron Engine's boost to your special attack stat. So Wheezing does disable that part.
Have you played any with CSR Wheezing? You tested that out?
No, I would never use Shadow Rider. I hate it to death.
Joseph asks, what is this 10x speed? It's 2x speed, but we got 10, 12, 15 games to go through today, so we're gonna pause if we have something to talk about, but we're not going to.
Right.
You know, the thing about Pokemon is that not every turn is very interesting. There are a few turns that are very interesting and have a lot, but like a lot of the turns are sort of formalities, and if we find something interesting, if we want to go and revisit a turn, we will pause, we will rewind. But yeah, there's a lot to get through. And I mean, you see them streaming for 11 hours today. We're not going to be sitting here for 11 hours today.
Well, at the very least, we get to watch all the games on 2x and skip all the breaks. So that's the nice part. Also, apologies to all the YouTube viewers, but I probably won't be checking that chat because I'm already, you know, having to tab back and forth to see the Twitch chat. So, Adi, you're gonna have to handle that mode. Yeah, and I was right. I said that, and like it's so silly because this is what they've been doing since Regulation F with the same type of team. But it's just like I go Trick Room game 1, I go Tailwind game 2, or I go Tailwind game 1, I go Trick Room game 2. Usually it's a better, more effective strategy to use when you win game 1 and you're expecting your opponent to adapt. But when you lose game 1 and you find yourself in this situation, it does seem a bit of a tall order to make it work. Yeah. Okay.
I am surprised Kyle didn't bring Wheezing because he could turn off Prankster and maybe try to get a knockout before Tailwind goes out. I don't know if the Terra goes Astral with KOs. We'll find out right now. No, it wouldn't have. Okay.
Yeah, I guess that must be must have been the decision to inform that. Because yeah, I mean, you got to know your calcs 100%. And yeah, this is like a Shadow Rider that it can get a Life Orb at will, but otherwise it doesn't have the ability to get a lot stronger. It doesn't have a Chi-Yu, it doesn't have a Specs or a Life Orb or even a Nasty Plot. You know, it kind of has to earn that damage.
Wheezing? Yeah, I really thought that the break switch was very telegraphed here.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Really pulling out all the tricks here. And I mean, Blood Moon is still going to be in a nice spot here, but is it? This is actually the beauty of this goofy type of team. I've seen this one before, usually on the Dozo Wheezing CSR teams, but you have the option as Kyle probably to just like, you know, like it might be a double protect this turn or not, but if you bring in your Shadow Rider next to your Weezing, it is immune to Blood Moon. It's immune to Hyper Voice. And so you have to commit to Earth Power into that Shadow Rider to KO it. And those are the kind of turns that aren't going to win you the game fast enough when you're staring down, like, Tailwind running out. Maybe a Trick Room late. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
and I can't remember what we did. We see what Kyle did. Okay, yeah, sorry, I didn't see that it was actually just a double protect. So, yeah, Terra normal, Hyper Voice. I gotta say that is probably still one of the best/worst feelings in Scarlet and Violet VGC when you commit Terra into a double protect. I mean, sometimes there's circumstances where you're like, I'm fine with it. I'm just going to always Terra this Pokemon. Sometimes you're like, it'll be good because I can switch it in later as that type that it's not naturally. In this situation, it feels like you've basically shown all your tricks, and now it's going to be very difficult to make it go the distance.
Yes, but this for Rigoroth is going to be hard to get through.
A little bit. A clever taunt there. I liked that. Just preventing the option for Trick Room. Weezing didn't care if it actually got KO'd on that turn. It mostly just cared that Trick Room didn't go up. I guess an Earth Power could have prevented that Earth Power Trick Room, but it was very disrespectful of the option for Chien Powder to just go for like a Life Orb Throat Chop into the Giraffe. And so yeah, it does really feel like Frederick's on the back foot here and with very limited options.
Yeah, keeping the Tornadus around, I guess. Trying to get... Oh, it's a really smart taunt from Kyle, doubling down that slot, covering for a switch. And now, if the Ursaluna can KO the Weezing, Frederick can get speed control back, and depending on what Kyle has in back, maybe sweep with this Ursaluna, but it's tricky to keep the Ursaluna.
No, we've seen
alive.
everything. We've seen everything. Because remember, Miraidon just died.
Yeah, no, I'm saying we don't know what Kyle has in back.
For what Kyle has in the back. I misheard.
Which we might have seen already, but... Oh, okay.
Ooh, Psychic Dazzle just enough.
Yeah, wow. Dazzling... I'm so used to the AV Ursaluna counts from last format. Dazzling Gleam from Weezing doing a lot more damage than I thought. And now, yeah, I don't see where Frederick gets the damage anymore. This game looks over.
Well, I think one of the most notable things about that turn that maybe, Frederick didn't expect is that the Weezing outsped the Ursaluna, right?
It did, yeah.
Some Weezings are trained to be slower and bulkier to be able to take hits a little better and get off those toxic spikes, whereas a fast Weezing can really make use of usually a fast taunting something that is just barely faster than, like an Incineroar or whatnot, to prevent a move. But yeah, I mean, this is the nature of Weezing teams, is that usually they can just kind of strangle you with your lack of ability to you rely on Pokemon's abilities to do so much in VGC, and a well-built team that can use that against you can pick apart your strategy in ways that you might not even be able to deal with.
Right. We saw how ineffective that Rigoroth was all set long when it didn't have its ability. That was the main one, really. I mean, turning off Mind's Eye was cool too. But
right.
Yeah. But I mean, Rigoroth is really only a Pokemon that's used because of its ability, and you have to bring it into the CSR matchup, and it just did not do anything that entire set.
Yeah. I mean, let's keep it going though. I mean, that was a very solid one, and honestly, a very entertaining set. Did really get to see some cool plays made in that one. But
who's that?
Yeah, that's only 1 down and 11 to go or whatever. So.
Activity stage. Oh, hey, there's Marcus.
It's a very difficult question.
Yo, hey, no, you can't steal my smart money. He just has Fidgets and smart money. So before we jump into this match,
world champions.
I was going to ask you, what do you think the speed stat on Frederick's Ursaluna was?
If I had to guess, I still think that they run it timid, no bulk, so that it can outspeed Shadow Rider. I think Weezing can get over that if it also itself runs timid max speed.
Right.
Weezing is just a bit of a higher base speed. I think Weezing is base 60, maybe the same speed as Incineroar. Whereas I believe Ursaluna's 52. So yeah, I think both of those might have just been trained close to timid max speed.
Yeah, because I would think that the Ursaluna's hits 112, which is max speed timid to outspeed Shadow Rider and Tailwind, which I think we might have seen. I forget if we saw that in action. I don't think we did, but yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yep. But now we have a battle of world champions, I do believe. Maybe, you know, the newest world champion versus the oldest world champion. Don't question that take. There's definitely not any worlds before 2016.
Did Arash not attend? Did Arash not go?
Right. There might be a couple of world champions that came before Wolf ended up winning his in 2016. But regardless, though, it's an absolutely hype matchup. We were somewhat robbed of Marco versus Wolf day one because of the, you know, Wolfico and Parrish rematch. That would have been super exciting to see. It looks like it looked like Wolf ended up winning that one again, which got to be pretty frustrating. I mean, you can never fault yourself for losing to Wolf Glick, you know, the best of the game, but I also think that it can be very frustrating to lose to the same person several times in a row, regardless of who they are, you know, especially when you're somebody like Marco Fierro, who is also, you know, trying to make a claim to fame as like one of the best players in the game right now, you know. So regardless, talking about this match, Luca running the, we saw it on stream yesterday, the updated version of the Worlds team. Some minor things here and there that make it different. I think like a bulkier Miraidon, a newer Shifu set, and maybe Iron Hands has a different move. I don't know. I don't remember. I think it was no Wild Charge that won Worlds, but maybe it did have Wild Charge in the Worlds. I don't know.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's
a bunch of...
Did he have close combat on Urshifu at Worlds? He surely did, right?
That's why I said a newer Shifu, for sure.
Yeah.
Shifu. Yeah, this U-turn one, I faced it a couple of times in practice for the GC, actually. And I was like, yeah, this is some cheese. This is something, like, stupid that I would never see coming. And here it is, doing well on the grand stage in best of 3. So it turns out that even on non-Scarfer Shifus, the ability to pivot out is just really strong, especially when you can't even protect on it. Anyways, Miraidon Instant versus Whimsicott and Whimsicott and Miraidon. Sorry, I was about to say the same one because we got a bike battle. This is actually kind of hype.
Right. I wasn't checking speed tiers, but I imagine this Miraidon, we know it's pretty slow, or we know it has some bulk, so I imagine Wolfie went first.
And Wolf did outspeed a Shadow Rider yesterday, notably. So
yeah.
Wolf seems to be running fast. This one seems to be running slow. And already a Protect here from Koraidon. Electro Drift, wow. Okay, a very strong, very, very, very strong opening for Luca here. There's, yeah, so the things to think about here is that, like, obviously Wolf has to cover for Dazzling Gleam or Electro Drift or Draco into the Miraidon. It's going to take way too much damage from that after Tailwind, but, you know, you could always fake out the Miraidon, and so maybe Wolf expected a Giraffe switch in.
Yeah, I mean,
to cover for that.
At this point, is there a punish to doubling the Koraidon slot other than double protect?
Right. The other issue there was that there was Encore into the Koraidon.
Yeah. But...
Yeah. No, I think you don't want to ignore the Screamtail there, and I understand why Luca didn't ignore the Screamtail there because if I guess like obviously the double protect could happen, but if Screamtail disables your Spectrum Miraidon, that's pretty annoying.
Yeah, but
I guess if you
take a knockout
on the whip,
right? Yeah. Then who cares? It's just 2v2, and you can switch it out. If it's Gothitelle, then I mean it's not great, but it's you can trade your Miraidon to put them on 2 Pokemon, and now all of a sudden it gets so much more awkward.
Yeah, I gotta say I think this is okay. So with the disable there. That makes some sense. I think I might have considered encoring the Gothitelle on that turn. I know we're obviously sitting here at home. Hindsight is a bit 20/20. But Gothitelle, very limited with its options there. It kind of has to fake out on that turn. And so I think an encore into the Gothitelle could have been worth it. Unless Terra was used on that turn. Is Gothitelle also Dark Terra? I actually don't remember.
I'm not sure. I didn't hate the mid blast. Mid blast is pretty good damage.
It's definitely progress. Let's see. Gothitelle was Water Terra. Okay.
And now, I mean, you can't switch the Scream Tail out to Koraidon, obviously, because it's locked into Mid Blast. You can disable, because you're faster now. Tailwind just expired. So, yeah, Luca is just entirely trapped and unable to do anything right now.
Is this still saveable? The beginning of the battle looked so tough, and yet Encore Disable just slowly whittling away at these Pokemon.
I really thought the turn 2 was just a mistake. I mean, in my head, it's just like, okay, I'm just always going to double target the Koraidon that just protected and guarantee myself a second knockout.
Yeah, I'm not even 100% sure that this is over. You know, I know that it looks pretty rough for Luca here, but with 2 Pokemon in the back, I still feel like there could be a chance. Taunt on the Gothitelle, I forgot about that move being there as well.
I mean,
wow.
Wolf is trying to take 2 KOs on the same turn, because then he can just quick perish and win the game.
Yes, that's true, and likely with the speed advantage. Although, it doesn't necessarily win the game because Gothitelle would still have to survive those 3 turns, or Koraidon, or whatever. And depending on if it could be even Urshifu with the ability to hit through Protect.
That's true. That's true.
U-turn would be super effective through Protect. Big struggle chip. Scott takes itself out. Rhydon, struggle chip, also takes itself out. How unlucky. If all those struggles in the past couple turns had 50-50'd into a Scream Tail, it might have gotten KO'd. Or gotten close.
Well, I mean, if Luca had some foresight and used max attack on his Whimsicott and his Rhydon.
100%, 100%. Alright, Iron Hands and Ogerpon. I don't think these are the Pokemon you want to see here. The troubling thing here is you might want to consider Fake Out, but then you have to worry about Encore. Also, KOing the Koraidon just seems like a tough ask at this point, with how it resists all of Ogerpon's attacks, and Iron Hands usually doesn't do enough to Koraidon to win in a 1v1. Usually it feels like that is going to go in favor of the Koraidon. And yeah, it just seems like Wolf has kind of created like 2 demons here. This is just completely over, because Perish Song is the counter that is going to let Gothitelle win. But also, Life Orb Koraidon might just end the game a bit sooner than 3 turns. Wow. Despite a... well, okay. I mean, it's not going to change the state, but...
Fake Out, Encore, Disable, the game ends.
Yeah. I mean, still just kind of like impressive damage from Iron Hands there. I mean, it makes sense. Like, most Koraidons are not clicking a fighting type attack to drop their defenses. So, interesting. But yeah, this was crazy because it seems like even though it was a relatively shaky opening, Wolf had a very good plan from then on. We do get confirmation.
I really just think Luca did not play very well. I just think he had a couple turns where he made mistakes.
I would probably have to agree. I think encoring the Fake Out was one that could have helped. I think also Electro Drifting into the Koraidon, as you said, was a way to do it. Yeah,
but that's the advantage of using a unusual team, right? Like, even when Luca won Worlds, he was doing it into a very established format. He was using a team. And now when you're facing down a team that you've never seen before, it's a lot harder to play in the same way.
Yep. Electro Drift into the Incineroar, though, and I gotta say, Giraffe is a Pokemon that doesn't do well in the face of, like, the Shadow Tag element of this team, because Gothitelle is a bit of a scary one. Like, Giraffe is just a bit too passive to deal with a thing like Taunt Gothitelle. But if it can get up Trick Room, before, you know, but basically the fact that it got up Trick Room uncontested right now is making it look again like Luca has a pretty good shot at winning this one, but you know, the last game twisted so quickly with just a simple mistake.
It really feels like he has to call this protect right, because Wolf is going to protect one of these guys. We can see that, and if he calls the right slot, then he's going to be in a really good spot.
Right.
It's not all bad, right? He has an Iron Hands in back that is going to be able to do some damage. But yeah, getting to the Gothitelle is the one struggle. Oh, maybe he doesn't have Iron Hands.
Pun intended.
Now the Ogre Punk coming onto the field, it's going to love that the Sun's in play. It really does pressure this Gothitelle in particular, and the Koraidon, it is in range of maybe even a Psychic picking it up now, and that's why we're seeing Wolf switch it out, save it for later on in this game. Yes, I really like that play with the Flame Charge, because you might think, hey,
alright, so with Sun Boosted Hearthflame, I mean, like, I got... Oh yeah, I was going to say, Wolf has Water Terra on the Gothitelle, but he already expended Terra this game, so... Gothitelle protected on the turn prior, and... Psychic does do nothing into the screen.
Psychic might have been... Koraidon might have been in Psychic range. I forget exactly how much damage it took from the first one.
Right.
But, yeah.
I'd be cudgel though, and yeah, in a situation like this, this Screamtail is, you know, just not happy at all. Obviously, the speed disadvantage is going to really work against it, but it's also a Pokemon that, if it's going to be using Perish, you need to be up in Mon count, not down. And the fact that Luca has one more Pokemon remaining in the back means that Perish is off the table, speed control is off the table.
Which is why I'm so upset that Luca didn't turbo into his second guaranteed knockout in Game 1. He just had it. It was sitting there. He just could have taken it.
Yeah. Yeah. But we'll have to see, because, you know, this looks like it should be going to a Game 3.
Yeah. Psychic in there, Fire move into the Screamtail, and that should do it. He can't,
maybe it's easy to live it? Oh.
Yeah. And then...
It's only +1 Ivy Cudgel in Sun with Terra Mask boost and the Terrestrialization boost. And a chance to crit.
So I wonder if Wolf is going to pivot away from his Perish strategy. We saw... we haven't seen a Mungus yet. I think that is a Pokemon that might be useful to take one Electro Drift, because Luca right now, I mean, he could just click Electro Drift and take a knockout into any of Wolf's Pokemon with the exception of that Koraidon. And he can pin the Koraidon quite easily.
Yep.
Menard now mentions that Luca might have forgotten that you can't Encore, which is another reason that he should have gone for Encore with his Whimsicott in Game 1.
Right. You gotta watch out for that one. But you encounter it so often with Whimsicott that I imagine that he's familiar.
Yeah.
Trick Room in particular is the number of Pokemon you've got. You can switch around a lot more, you can protect a lot more, you can disrupt with your supporting moves a lot more. Whereas with the Incineroar out of the fray, it kind of makes it a lot easier for Luca to kind of guess what's coming in and pick a move appropriately to punish that switch and keep that pressure on, and that's what it's all about, keeping the pressure on. So everything for Wolf to do in this match, I think Luca adjusted perfectly in that last one with the Miraidon. For grab lead, are we going to see a repeat, or are we going to see a few switch-ups? Well, we're jumping into Game 3. If anyone's left the room, get them back in here. You do not want to miss this action between these two world champions. Wolf sticking with the tried and tested lead of this Koraidon and the Incineroar, but then Luca also
all right. So no changes from either side.
I don't like this from Luca, because I really do think you're right. This for Rigorath is potentially a liability, especially if Gothitelle gets on the field safely.
Yeah, I think just realizing that the turn one, like not near guaranteed KO, because Wolf actually has Protect on the Incineroar. The Electro Drifts have been targeting into the Incineroar like it doesn't have Protect, but there it is, and I'm wondering if it's going to work. Close combat nearly gets the Miraidon, but because it's bulky, it probably does get most other ones, but I don't know.
Oh!
There we go.
Oh, shit.
That's pretty tough.
Okay, but now, if we see a Trick Room, this is still a dead Miraidon, right? Because Gothitelle's coming in here.
Right. But, and notably, there's like two parts to this. I mean, if Iron Hands is in the back, then Luca doesn't care. The Gothitelle can taunt the Giraffe to prevent any of its annoying options, and the Ensign can Flare Blitz. You could also use Ensign to Parting Shot out like this and have Gothitelle actually KO the Miraidon. That's true.
Yeah, the Gothitelle KOs the Miraidon. I was like, I don't know if I like Trick Room from Luca, right? I think that, now realizing that Gothitelle comes in and puts you in a really awkward position, maybe he thinks he can win it with the Iron Hands, but I don't know. I guess it depends on what he has in back. I would have liked the Paragraph to switch out, I think.
I think Luca probably has a good long-term game plan. Like, I do want to, speak to the fact that, they're going to be more familiar with their teams than we are, and we're definitely watching with a little bit of hindsight. But one thing that I want to mention is that Luca's play did feel a bit like a half measure, where it went all in on calling the Koraidon to do, or the Wolf's Koraidon to do exactly what it did, but still setting Trick Room after, calling Wolf's Koraidon to do exactly what it did does seem like the mistake. I guess the Screamtail could have come in and then disabled you afterwards, but you wouldn't be trapped in, you could switch, so... it does feel like a bit of a mistake, but I don't think it's like a huge one. It seems like it might still be salvageable.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about playing against Wolf is that you make a small mistake, and it kind of snowballs. He's so good at positioning. And we saw that the last game Wolf was on stream, where opponent didn't really consider what turn 2 looked like after getting turn 1 right, and getting what he wanted turn 1, and then lost because of it. And this feels like the same thing.
Yeah, I'm just like, edge of my seat wondering how this could possibly play out. We do still have Terra on Luca's side, whereas Wolf does not, right? That was a Terra on the Koraidon on turn 1. So.
It was, and I got to imagine that the Screamtail can survive. Oh, never mind. The Screamtail might just die. Parting Shot? Okay. Now there's enough multipliers that I have no idea what's going on.
Right. I mean, I think Screamtail probably survives this one, but this is Sun, Terra Mask. It's like -1, I think. Oh, into the Gothitelle. It doesn't get the Gothitelle?
Oh, that's huge. That's really big.
That is quite big. However, you can go for your double protects to stall not double protects, but just, go for protect on both your Pokemon here to get a turn of Perish going, or swap into your Incineroar, but Gothitelle can't go for Fake Out to buy time here, and that is a big thing. And even Incineroar coming in to go for Fake Out can't use that to buy time. So, notably, Wolf might be able to lock up 1 KO with Perish, because Luca has lost Miraidon and can't switch out 2 Pokemon at the same time.
Yep.
We'll have to see that part, but yeah.
So Goth has to go out. I guess he doesn't have to switch the Goth out. I guess he can just sack the Goth. Same deal.
You could, just to get your 1 KO, yeah. Incineroar being slow might be able to get off a slow Parting Shot and bring back in the Gothitelle, and then, Screamtail is bulky enough to take the 1, so that, you might be able to guarantee get 2 here. And this is, I guess, circling back to what we talked about at the beginning, where it's
not guaranteed.
A bit worrying.
Because if Luca calls it, he can Ivy Cudgel the Incineroar. Right. And the Ogre Pond stuff that goes going last. Oh, wait. Did Trick Room expire? I missed that. Never mind.
Trick Room expired.
Okay. So yeah, then you just can guarantee get 2. Get 2.
Yep. And now I don't believe, with neither of these Pokemon having a Perish counter on them, I don't think there is a situation where you can make this work, really. I mean, I think just about any one Pokemon as the last one can't really save this. Iron Hands is what I would expect it to be, but the Urshifu would probably be your best bet if you're in Luca's spot here. Urshifu can be a hard Pokemon to be bringing against Koraidon Sun, though, of course.
Yeah, definitely. The Trick Room seems to indicate that it's Iron Hands, but it's not going to matter with a couple Fake Outs live, and Now, I think you're right. I think that the turn 1 felt like a half measure. If you're going to call the turn right, you can't click Trick Room. If you're going to call the turn wrong, you are probably not winning the game, anyways. And you kind of just have to commit to getting the turn right. Because, in this situation, even though he got the KO he wanted, he just did not put himself in a position on turn 2 to win the game. And the more I watch Wolf games, and the more I commentate these games, I feel like this is like a consistent trend. This keeps happening, where Wolf feels like he's behind after turn 1, but his opponent, doesn't fully understand what the game state is going to look like, and Wolf is always thinking 2-3 turns ahead, more so than any other player I've seen.
Yeah.
Especially when he's using Parrish. I mean, this is like, that is what you have to do when you're playing Parrish, Like, that is the name of the game when you're using Parrish, and he's just so good at it.
Yeah. Totally. All right. Yeah, I feel like the end of that game, there wasn't like a lot to talk about as the decisions kind of wrapped up. So I feel like I've said most of my thoughts. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah. So going on, we have Shohei Kimura versus Taran. In the 6-mod mirror.
We have a lot of games, and I could really skip this one. I mean, like, get into it, get right into it, please start the battle.
Oh man, okay. So, I mean, it looks like he's using the same version as Luca is. Pretty much the same.
Sure. Taunt on the Urge, different Terra on the hands.
Okay, yeah.
And yeah, that's about it. Go to the next. Let's see. I'll take it. I'll glance. Taunt on the Urge.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Fair water in the hand.
Oh,
might have
cool.
worked together. Hold on. Go back really quick. A little bit more. Okay, yeah. Shohei did decide to run Sash on the whims.
Okay.
That was a bit of a strange one. I mean, Sash normally taken by the Urshifu. Covert Cloak, I don't know. It's a bit of a trap to think that, I don't need Covert Cloak on my Whimsicott because I have a Giraffe on the team. Terra Ghost is on there, that can also work to dodge moves like Fake Out and stuff, but you don't ever actually want to have Whimsicott next to Giraffe, because if you do end up making that happen, it's like, congratulations, now what are you going to do next? Yeah. I much prefer the Covert Cloak there.
Shohei's focus energy on the pawn. That's pretty cool.
I did see that yesterday. Focus energy is also really, really hype. I forgot that this was, Shohei was running.
What a cool lead.
What a cool lead. You have it on 2x, right? Can we 4x this shit? Like, holy.
Well,
dude.
If you're watching on YouTube, you can. You the viewer, can 4x this.
Not if you're watching it live on YouTube.
All right. Well, I do love seeing the intricacies of the mirror.
Okay, one side Terras, one side doesn't.
We know who's faster.
Fake Out comes out on both.
Did I see that Shohei was faster on both? Is that what we saw?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
So,
maybe a speed tie.
Could be a speed tie.
I thought I saw Shohei go first with his Miraidon.
Now, Whimsicott is a great switch into most of like Miraidon stab moves. Ogerpon can also switch in on the stab moves, but it just feels like it hurts a little bit more. You care about Ogerpon's HP a little bit more than Whimsicott, usually. Heavy Slam, though, I guess that's the reason. And funnily enough, that Shohei decided to go into Whimsicott for more, even though, also heavy slamming the Miraidon, but I guess the Sash does kind of pay off there. Alright, we see Tailwind come out, and a redirection on the low kick. Low kick does finish the job. I can't remember what base power it gets against Ogerpon. I know it's not that high, but I also don't think it's, like, terribly low. Let me have a quick look here. Low kick is 60 base power, so honestly not that much weaker than a Drain Punch. And yeah, I mean, with the early Tailwind advantage from Shohei, I mean, I guess it's not immediately paying because you don't actually have the fast Pokemon you want to be using in Tailwind. And now Taran gets to set a delayed Tailwind here. But it's not without, its benefits from Shohei's side. Shohei has not used Terra, and has a light screen up. There are some things working for you. Also, you know exactly what the Miraidon is locked into and can react accordingly.
Yeah, by clicking the Terra, clicking Terra on your Miraidon. It's the only option, right?
Right, but you can click like Electro Drift, you know.
That's true. Yeah.
You can, you know, you don't actually care about the. You don't have to click Follow Me on your Ogerpon for any reason this turn, so you can just take a Ivy Cudgel KO on the Whimsicott. You can Electro Drift into the Miraidon. Now, Iron Hands could switch in for the Miraidon, as we are seeing here, but it also could fall victim to like a timeout. Is that an actual timeout? I don't know.
It might have been.
Also, Tailwind was Tailwind even set yet? No, you have to stay in with Whimsicott to set that Tailwind. You do go faster here with your Gleam. And it just crits! Oh!
Crits through the screens.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you can crit, you're supposed to crit. Understandable.
Right.
And a bit late in the battle here, but we do see the electric terrain run out. I don't think it'll drastically impact things. But yeah, just chipping down at this Ogerpon. Ivy Cudgel going to take out the Miraidon, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be a near guarantee, actually an absolute guaranteed win. We saw a Iron Hands lose the 1v1 against an Ogerpon yesterday due to a Ivy Cudgel crit. However, there's a couple other factors going on here. This Iron Hands is even healthier now, and it's got a Moonblast, or not a Moonblast, a Whimsicott next to it. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough crit. I think that Shohei was in a really good spot without it.
God, he looks so entertained. You gotta understand that it's literally just Arabega Miraidon versus Arabega Miraidon. I don't even know. I don't even know the results of this match, and I just don't care.
Like, surely there was another match they could have picked that would be more interesting than this, right? There were some cool teams.
Yeah, I feel like direct mirrors, very rarely are they like really good stream matches. And I like, you know, it doesn't seem like these people are, I mean, like, we've already seen that these two players have some direct differences between their teams, and some of them even came out to play in that match, like the sash on the Whimsicott. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels like they could have like saw the teams and went a different way.
Yeah. I wonder if this is Taran's like anti-hands Miraidon lead, because that is what Shohei led. That's what both of them led game one. So we'll see if this. I think this is a pretty solid. This does seem like the counter lead. It does seem like it's very strong into that combination. So
hands outsped Ogerpon in Tailwind. That is interesting.
I mean, I think that at least Luca's original team, original in quotes, but Luca's version of the team was very slow Ogerpon, and so I think most people have been running this very bulky Ogerpon. I think it's very important in the Ice Rider matchup to be to have bulk on it.
Right.
You know, that being said, having the faster Ogerpon might be valuable. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know the intricacies of the Arabega matchup. I wonder if speed creeping Ogerpon is worth losing some percentages in the Ice Rider matchup, but certainly not fast enough to outspeed Iron Hands, especially if Iron Hands has any speed investment.
Yeah, so Taran basically left with just like the most straightforward option here, and yeah, I think Whimsicott can just come in for the Iron Hands here. You'd have to make a very risky play, heavy slamming that Iron Hands on the previous turn, and yeah, now with that, I mean, you also couldn't have gone for Fake Out. You already had the speed control, you didn't really need to Fake Out, but if you Faked Out, then Whimsicott could just come in and Encore you. It seems like both players have figured out the most important Pokemon in the matchup, I was going to say, so I have to guess that it's Ogerpon as the last Pokemon to come in. I wouldn't say I knew for certain it was going to be coming in right then and there, but yeah, it seems like a rough start for Taran, but at the same time, this very healthy Miraidon is going to be a bit hard to KO. It's going to come down to if Taran is truly the faster Miraidon. Because I think, Shohei was okay with Whimsicott going down on that turn and not getting up Tailwind, just maybe letting it come down to who was the faster Miraidon. But now getting, Light Screen and Tailwind, this is probably the best situation you could ask for. The Iron Hands might be a little bit difficult to KO, but the your Miraidon getting to come in and click whatever move you deem necessary, Draco, or wait, am I mistaken? I thought it was Miraidon on the back. That's my bad. It's Iron Hands. Okay. Iron Hands is a bit better to see here, actually, especially with the electric terrain running out. Oh, and it still has Terra? Terra Water here, kind of funny. It's actually not risky, because the Miraidon is locked into not an electric move, and the you have the speed advantage on your Iron Hands, so you can just take out their Iron Hands. But also, I think the Iron Hands on Taran's team doesn't run an electric move, so even if it did happen to survive on 1 HP somehow, Water was just a totally safe Terra there to avoid being hit by a super effective Dazzling Gleam.
Hold up. Trying to play music, and that is going to make my computer go very slowly. So I'm going to try to find something that isn't on YouTube. Thank you, Alex, for holding up commentary on this very interesting match.
Yeah, right. I didn't exactly know what was going on, but I figured you were working on something. So, but yeah, this is not much to be said except the fact that we are. I mean, everyone I'm sure is popping off right now to know that we are getting a game 3 of this direct mirror. Not direct mirror. Sorry, that's disingenuous. The Whimsicott items are in fact different, and so it would be silly to say that. If you were a real Arbega head, you would know how much that impacts the matchup and how, it changes all of the options you're supposed to be going for the early game, the leads you're supposed to be doing, the prioritizations of targets and stuff. And honestly, half of this is a joke, half of it is serious. I do understand that, if you are very familiar with the matchup, there are, a lot of these things that will, take an important role on how the match plays out. However, as a spectator, I think it's boring as shit. I just don't want to watch it.
Yep.
So, and I'm somebody who can appreciate the depths of VGC, but I don't. I think that it's appealing to a very niche crowd, the people that enjoy watching mirrors of the team that won Worlds with slight updates.
You're a fan of the Ice Root Carrots instead of the Arabegas, right?
You know it. Ice Root Carrot.
I had to look it up. That's the item that you have to get a Calyrex, to get the Glastrier.
Right. I was gonna say that's the Glastrier. All right. So okay. Yeah, this is
big fake out. Back to game 1.
We are getting every game of the tournament, right? We always do for internationals.
We're getting
that we started from round 9, right?
Yes. Yeah.
We had Kyle, then Wolf, and now Shohei. Yes. Okay.
Winner of this match is guaranteed top cut. The loser has to play one more.
Got it. Yeah, crazy that the tournament's so big that you got 4 rounds today. I mean, the fact that they had to do 12, I know that for the internets they are very okay paying for overtime. My gosh, these Dazzling Gleams are hurting so bad.
Yeah. Now
since this match is boring and I want to,
they're gonna click the exact same moves for both 2 turns.
Oh, but Dazzle doesn't quite get that Miraidon.
Ooh.
But yeah, I want to say that when Rajan won with Miraidon back in Indy, the discharge strategy was something people were not seeing coming. But I want you to know that he endlessly made fun of me in voice calls and in Discord chat, basically saying I can't believe you thought it was the Terra Fairy Miraidon. I can't believe you thought that this should be the answer. And look where we are now, bud. All right, I'm sorry that I was just playing towards the late game. I'm sorry that I was looking ahead.
Right.
Where's Discharge Miraidon now?
Yeah, I feel like it's funny how a lot of times, you know, people subvert expectations in the first tournament when they do well with a Pokemon. And then it just kind of loops back around to what like a more refined version of the original idea, because the original idea is the Pokemon in its like most powerful form. We just have to figure out exactly how to build around it and how to find a place for it in the metagame, and that just takes a little longer than the way that, I don't know, I guess the way that works in the early meta.
Right. I think the one of the better examples of this would be Terapagos or maybe even Shadow Rider. Mm-hmm. They also feel like they went on a similar path through this format.
Right.
But
Shadow Rider was the one I was thinking about, where everyone is now back to running Astral Barrage and a Psychic move with the Chiyu on the team. Not everyone. There's a lot of Clefairy still, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is there's not much to say about this one because this is playing out like the end of a chess game where you have the same pieces, but one side has more pieces, and usually the side with more pieces wins.
So is this has to be Shohei wins this, right? He's faster. He kills. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So Shohei locked into top cut. Taran has to play one more to play the win in next round.
Japan showing up.
Yeah, and honestly, Shohei
winning
kind of 3-0'd him. He should have won game one. He got crit out of it too.
That's true. That's true. So just having the better understanding the matchup or the better team for the matchup. I don't know if, exactly which factors are. I honestly did not pay enough attention to like tell you which was the key detail there. I don't care to.
The big thing was the fact that Taran didn't KO the Miraidon with his Dazzling Gleam plus Drain Punch combo, whereas Shohei had low kick and managed to KO it. And I think maybe, you know, a slightly slower, bulkier Miraidon helped with that as well. You'd think that having the faster Miraidon is a big part of the matchup, but in fact, Shohei benefited from being slower.
Yeah, you're just spamming Gleams the whole time. Wait, hold on. I almost screamed.
The same bottom same. They just changed the restricted. Mal said, I love your team, but what if I ran a Shadow Rider on it?
So, Adi, pause quick, but then we got to keep it moving. Go back, pause.
Yeah.
I want you to know that coming from somebody who has like had to enter in Pokemon for a local stream graphic, that is exactly why the teams are laid out this way, is that they saw that Ko was running the exact same team, they kept it in the same order from last round, and then Mao had, you know, 2 differences, so it was like, okay, cool, let's just change that Miraidon to a Calyrex, let's change that Giraffe to an Incineroar, and then just put the graphic back up, we're already ready to go. It's like quicker than a NASCAR pit stop. I don't know, it's hilarious to me. Like, they just have everything laid out exactly. No.
Yeah. Seawolf's Mike asks, do you and Alex know the finalists? I know. I have been keeping up with the standings. I know top 8. I know top 4. I know finals. Alex, do you know what happened? Or are you still spoiler free?
I'm only spoiled on the one obvious one that everyone would talk about. So
okay.
I actually don't know the other half. So that's cool.
Okay, cool.
So that means I know the one finalist, which, unfortunately, knowing a finalist means you know, like, who wins in top 4 and also who wins that top 8 match. But I feel like we'll still get a lot of good games here. And everyone's been telling us the matches are great spectator events. So,
I watched a couple matches and I thought they were both pretty good. So, did not watch this one. Still had not woken up for this one. I think top 16 was the first match. I watched top 16 and one of top 8 matches. But yeah, just I don't know, nothing. This is not quite the same take on Shadow Rider that we've seen, but it's similar. We've seen Instant Urshi, obviously pretty standard. We see a grass type, in this case Ogerpon as a redirection user. Kind of some role consolidation because you don't, like, Rillaboom is a fake out grass type, And then you put a redirection user instead. In this case, we have Iron Hands with the fake out, and then a different grass type redirection user, and Tailwind, right? So kind of checking all the boxes for what a good Caloric Shadow team looks like in a slightly different way than what we normally see.
Yeah, I think not a lot of teams besides Miraidon were using Whimsicott except for like certain flavors of HO, but people are realizing that like Whimsicott, the difference between it and Tornadus, besides, Tornadus having Bleak Windstorm and access to Rain Dance, is that Whimsicott has one of the best defensive typings in this format, with how good it can take on opposing Miraidon and Raging Bolt, Urshifu Water, Urshifu Dark. It just resists so many things. It kind of gives me Tapu Fini vibes, not, of course, for what it brings to the table and, the stats that back that up, but just the type chart, the fact that Grass Fairy can be really hard for teams to hit, especially when one of the most common fire types in the format, Incineroar, doesn't even run a fire move most often.
That was a really interesting turn that I want to talk about.
Yeah, let's go back, Marks. I didn't watch any of it.
Okay, so it starts out, you see Miraidon, Whimsicott into Caloric Shadow, Fire Pond, right? What do you think is going to happen here?
I think it would be pretty safe to click like Light Screen Draco into one of the targets. I can't remember what Terra we saw on the Shadow Rider.
It was
Fairy Rider.
It was Fairy, yeah.
Okay, if it's Fairy, then clicking Draco is a bit too much of a risk. Just because even if they could just like double protect on this turn to see what the Miraidon locks into. That is like not unreasonable. You're allowed to double protect in front of Encore Whimsicott if you can follow up with Follow Me.
Yeah.
But I would just expect Light Screen plus, maybe even still just Draco into the Ogre Pond, because you'll be able to deal with the Shadow Rider later. Is the thought? This is Sash Whimsicott again, so. Yeah. These are the situations where I really don't like Sash Whimsicott because, they can bring in that fake out guy later and you can't encore the Shadow Rider into Nasty Plot or whatever it decided to go for.
So already, I really did not expect this Miraidon to Terra immediately, right? It's not defensively Terraing, it's offensively Terraing. Heartflame goes for a Helping Hand. So, in theory, if you had gone for Tailwind attacking move, you just knock out this Shadow Rider. He said, no, he's not clicking Electro Drift. And he was right, because he clicked Dazzling Gleam. So he clicked Light Screen, and then Astral Barrage, because of Light Screen, not knocking out anything, wasn't going to, did under half to this Miraidon. This Miraidon is super bulky. And then Dazzling Gleam does a little over half to Shadow Rider. Just not at all the way I thought this turn would turn out. Both players,
really... I think that, to be fair, it's kind of just like an insane risk, I mean, I think that if Ko goes all in on that play and gets it wrong, it sets you really far behind. So that's why you're allowed to make plays like this. That's why like VGC has this cool depth, and it does end up still working out because Dazzling Gleam gets the 2-hit KO. You don't even lose your Miraidon.
That has to be bulky, like a really bulky Miraidon, right? That's like a Helping Hand Astral behind.
It's max HP.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
I mentioned this before, but this is the like secret development that I guess was going on in Arubega chats. Is that they were like, what if we bulk up our Miraidon to the max? I don't care about speed anymore. I'm just gonna run this thing super super bulky, and I mean that's kind of what late format development kind of pushes you towards. So interesting enough.
Mike, you can definitely reveal the spread. I'm curious what these Miraidon are running, because we did see in that Taran match that the bulkier Miraidon did win the mirror, right? So it did come up immediately. And big damage coming out from that Iron Hand. It Terras to take a Moonblast a little better, take the potential Dazzling Gleam. Of course, the Miraidon did switch out. And yeah, I mean, the Shadow Rider going down is going to make this really hard for Mao, but still doable with the Ogre Pawn and Iron Hands and a very low health Miraidon. Just he doesn't have speed control, so this Miraidon has the potential to take over the game if it can. And it looks like this Ogre Pawn is right in Dazzling Gleam range as well. So, okay, that's a big turn. Getting the Incineroar, the Rocky Helmet Incineroar to come in on this Surging Strikes, taking out the Urshifu after 2 hits taking a lot of damage on this Incineroar. Yeah, now, I mean... Oh, and then the Ivy Cudgel. So now it's Ogerpon and Miraidon that is in Fake Out range. And I think Mao is going to take this. I think it's it's actually kind of close. It's kind of close.
Yeah, the Hurricanes in the back, I think, will be just enough.
You have to Spiky Shields, switch out into Iron Hands, sack it, bring Incineroar back in, click Fake Out to take a KO, and then might come down to who's Ogerpon is faster. Oh, he had Fake Out live. Never mind.
Yeah, I thought Fake Out was live on the Incineroar, so you were confusing me. I was just like, all right, I'll let him go. But yeah, with Fake Out live there, I don't know if you needed to Spiky on your Ogerpon there, but I actually don't see much wrong with it either. Because you just get to bring in Iron Hands next turn if they do target down the Incineroar. So yeah, truly, it's just, you know, an end game where you're up pieces. There's just no way that I could see this going wrong. I mean, being the slower Hearthflame there does hurt a bit. I don't remember how healthy this is.
It's taken an attack. I think it's healthy enough, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. So nothing to think about here.
Yeah, I mean, the world in which I think Ko won is if he targeted the Incineroar in the previous turn, protected in front of the Spiky Shield, in front of the Fake Out, called the Spiky Shield or lack of Spiky Shield, and got a couple attacks right. But I think he's still going down to Drain Punches before. I mean, like you also have Spiky Shields, and you could chip away at this Iron Hands as well that way by calling Mao's potential Spiky Shield. It wasn't very likely. Yeah, just double Spiky into critical. Exactly. Yeah, Jibby, you got it.
Again. Even though last time it was just one. Crit?
Yeah,
no.
But going back to the speed is fake part of Miraidon, you know, it's funny that that's the conclusion that everyone came to. And then Wolf is in finals using max speed Miraidon, taking advantage of the fact that everyone's restricted is getting slower and slower and slower. Right? All these Shadow Rider that are very slow, all these Miraidon that are very slow. Now all of a sudden you can go turbo and you can outspeed everything consistently. And as a Shadow Rider player, I love hearing that speed is fake because it means that you can potentially drop your Shadow Rider speed stat as well and still have an advantage.
That's true. That is true. But I don't know. That's the one that came back to bite was the Shadow Rider being slower than Koraidon, you know?
I maintain that the player just did not play very well. They just needed to... They needed to understand they were slower and play accordingly, rather than betting on them being faster when they really shouldn't have assumed they were.
Wolf Lick Mind Control.
Shadow Rider players, when they see a chance to fake out Nasty Plot.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, I beat Wolf last time I played him, so. Couldn't be me.
All right, so.
All right.
Fake a Nasty Plot. Let's see it one time. Nah, you can't do that in front of the Whimsicott, sadly. But we do see Helping Hand last time. So last time
you can do that in front of Whimsicott. What do you mean? You just bolt out to your Hearthflame or Parting Shot out to your Hearthflame, and you're fine.
Yeah, I guess you
absolutely
protect and Party Shot. So you see the Fake Out. We see the Nasty Plot. Okay, hey, you were right.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that you're allowed to do this exactly because you can just Parting Out. You can't get Encored into Fake Out on your Incineroar. And if they kill your Incineroar, well, good. I get to switch in my Hearthflame either way. So
I guess.
Yeah, having the boosted Nasty Plot here is a really big factor. And I think the biggest part of that turn is the simple call out of the fact that Ko did not bring the Giraffe or did not switch in the Giraffe because, like, Giraffe would have gone crazy there. Incin is immune to Prankster. That's true.
It's just Incin. No other Pokemon. Incin and Wolfie's Screamtail are the only two Pokemon immune to Prankster. In that one guy who's running Mental Herb Amoonguss. Oh, that was also Wolfie. Okay, so it's just Wolf and Incin.
Yep. All right, the Hearthflame comes in. I mean, it's better to have KO'd the Incin than to have not KO'd the Incin, but you still gave Mao exactly what Mao was looking for.
Yeah, but he has Light Screen up, and he has a Focus Sash. So he's not actually like getting through Ko's Pokemon right now.
I know that Giraffe has other matchups that it can use to that it participates well in, but I'm just surprised that Fake Out Shadow Rider is not one of them that we're seeing it be a part of.
And we see the Terra Water, Mystic Water Surging Strikes pick up, and the Urshifu lives on 1 HP.
Double 1 HP? Wow! Oh man, another priority move's coming our way. If only we had a priority blocking Pokemon. Oh, no, I guess we didn't. We didn't bring our priority blocking Pokemon. That's tough. Wow, it could have been nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Fake
but
out into
this is still. I mean, it's going to come down to is he not preserving his Whimsicott? I feel like he kind of has to, because he's not going to win on this Tailwind, and the Shadow Rider, once you get out of Tailwind, is going to win the game. I don't know.
Maybe the Miraidon's bulky enough to survive, because Urshifu. So this is a +2 Miraidon and did not actually get any Grimne boosts.
Yeah.
+2 and Spell Tag. But I feel like with Urshifu surviving that one, I'm like wondering if Miraidon can also survive. Miraidon, notably a bulkier set, but it did have Fake Out chip done dealt onto it earlier.
Wait, Mao, don't protect in front of Urshifu. Don't you know how this works?
Yep. Oh, all right. Definitely don't protect in front of Urshifu, because it's actually killing you. I was assuming that it might have been able to just live on 1, but yeah. Okay. This one is absolutely done, so.
Yeah, I mean, normally they are EV to live a Surging Strikes from non-Mystic Water. So maybe a little more bulk, and maybe it was a roll or something, but yeah, that one pretty cleanly picked up with Terra Water. That was bulky,
Terra
right?
Water, Mystic Water.
That felt like that was actually a lot closer than I thought it would be from Terra Water, Mystic Water.
Well, so yeah, there's a lot of factors playing in there. I think Terra Water, Mystic Water with max attack EVs is going to pretty easily clean up that Shadow Rider. But this was a Urshifu that was bulky enough to tank that Astral Mirage. So I think that maybe it wasn't running that much offense, but it was running enough offense to get that Oko. So just barely getting there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Calyrex Shadow Rider might have been very bulky. That felt very bulky.
Yeah, you're thinking it should have just wiped it off the map, is what you're saying?
Yeah, because if you take one multiplier off, and you can EV to barely live it. But that almost lived it. Like, that was doing like a little over 33 for every single hit. That was doing like 37, 38. So yeah, that felt like it's a very bulky Shadow Rider.
Yeah.
Usually CSRs live Surging Strikes in Rain. Yep, that's what I thought. Mystic Water plus Terra is slightly stronger than just the Rain boost, I think. Because it's 1.2 times 1.3. Which is 1.56. Yeah, so it's 6 percentage points stronger. Not 6% stronger.
I'm sorry, Ali, but you're just bad at math. 1.2 plus 1.3
times
1.5.
It's a multiplier.
No, I said plus, and it's 1.5.
Right. So it's actually 4% stronger, not 6% stronger. That's the math. I think Mao was so surprised because he also did the addition. That's probably why.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the Helping Hand Terra Fairy Draining Kiss all over again.
Oh my god, dude. I really didn't know that. I can't believe neither of us knew that one going into the tournament. It actually cost me games.
Yeah. That one's pretty hilarious.
Cost me a game against the Lugia.
Not the Lugia.
It did, because I was like, oh, I saw how much the Draining Kiss did against the Sableye. I can Helping Hand Terra Fairy Draining Kiss and KO it. And it didn't KO, and I was shocked.
My replacement is here, Adi, so my shift is done. You guys have a good stream.
Wow. I can barely hear Rajan. He's really far away. Yeah. No, actually, you're very quiet.
How about now?
That's a little better.
For real? You mean like swallow my laptop microphone?
I can also just turn you up on Discord. Say something now?
You've never said that before. Test?
Okay, that's much better. Yeah.
I got my
You've never
Rajan
said that
trash
before.
talking done earlier in the stream so that, I didn't have to worry about him being here for it.
Yeah. Alex would never want to hurt my feelings. He's really sensitive like that. He's a really nice guy. You should book his coaching.
Oh,
Rajan, we've only been going for a hour and 20 if you want to fast forward through the rest of what we've done at 2x so that you can catch up on what we've talked about and also what I said about you.
sorry, was that a focus energy?
I'm going to watch Adi's stream and not do that.
Was that a focus energy from the Overpond?
Did we see the focus energy?
I think we. Oh,
Who's
I'll
playing?
rewind. It's Ko Tsukide versus Mao Harada.
Let me look up this. Let me look up the teams.
It's Arubega Miraidon versus Arubega Shadow Rider, I guess is what I want to call it, because it's just a lot of the same Pokemon, but on a Shadow Rider team.
Are we just gonna call Arubega any team of a Heart Flame?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh shit, that's a Heart Flame. Arubega.
No, it has Heartflame and Iron Hands and Whimsicott, which is like a very funny trio of Pokemon to see on a Shadow Rider team.
Yeah. So the Ko Tsukide's Heartflame does have Focus Energy. It's Ivy Cudgel Focus Energy, Follow Me Spiky.
Yeah, and we did see it. And Mao's has Helping Hand. We saw that in Game 1. But getting knocked out by the critical hit Ivy Cudgel here.
I don't think I super... So in this current format, right, like... is Focus Energy, do you think, like, genuinely, like, worth it on Heartflame? Like, in that it's clearly working or possibly working, I'm not really sure, but, like, when Heartflame gets intimidated after it's Terra'd, it's at neutral, right? So then the Focus Energy isn't, like, actually really combating the Intimidate drop. It's just, like, going back to its Terra.
If you commit your Terra.
If you commit your Terra at -1, of course, when you do get the crit, then it is really impactful. But the -1 is equivalent to a +1 at that point, which is the same thing as a Swords Dance.
So my thought is that's true. It is the same as a Swords Dance. I guess that's a big part of it. I guess hitting through screens is part of it. We've seen a lot of Grimmsnarl in this tournament as well. I couldn't tell you exactly. Maybe I think it's probably has a lot of utility into like Instant Shroom teams, especially Instant Shroom Ice Rider. These Heartflame tend to be very bulky specifically for that matchup, so maybe that's an application. For what it's worth, we saw Shohei run the Focus Energy, so Shohei and Ko might have worked together on this version of Arubega.
And Shohei's a Miraidon player.
Yeah, and Shohei beats Taran in the mirror. In the previous round.
Is the Heartflame, it's a 50% crit with Cudgel, right? Because it doesn't have scope ones?
If you Focus Energy, I think is it 100%? I thought it was 100%.
I don't think that... Is it 100? Oh, it's 100 on the IV and 50% on the other moves?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Focus Energy is 3 stages. 2 stages is 50. 3 stages is 100.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Sure. So that is more impactful in that, like, it is more resilient to instant pivots and parting shots and whatever.
Right. Into something like a Terapagos team that is trying to really slow the game down is probably more useful. Into a Shadow Rider team is probably less useful.
Wait, so that's actually super
Adi,
Go
ahead, Rajan.
I was just going to say, because Mold Breaker also interacts with Terra Shell in the Ivy Cudgels, that's actually pretty cool.
Alex, what were you saying?
I was going to say that my cries were heard, and the giraffe has come to this last game.
After seeing Mao rely on double fake out, yeah, it's a big change up there.
Okay, I'm into it. I'm a Focus Energy Heartflame believer now.
So did I just find your Atlanta team?
You did just find my Atlanta team, brother.
I can't believe it. Rajan's gonna run Arubega Miraidon with Focus Energy.
No, Arubega ran Rajan first draft Miraidon. Chill. plus an Urshifu.
It's funny because Alex was just telling me that he was running Specs, Terra, Fairy, Maridon early in the format, and you told him he was stupid for doing that, and the right way to run it was
at
Terra
the at the stage of the format. Yeah,
that might have been the thing I said about you before. The call, Rajan. That might have been it. Audi could be
at
making
the
things up, if you
stage
believe
of the
him.
format. Yeah, I mean Terra Fairy is absolutely correct now, but at the time,
Oh,
Terra Electric
Oh?
was banana.
Okay, wait. We definitely saw it die to that earlier, right?
it did die to that earlier. Is there? And that looks like that's not even like close. What is the? Was it like 3 high rolls? Was it?
Oh,
knockoff.
knockoff.
Thank you guys.
Thank
Thank you.
Yeah.
It doesn't have its Mystic Water anymore.
Yeah.
You could tell how much attention we're
awkward.
paying to this matchup after we saw the focus energy.
This is the last round of Swiss, right?
This is the last round of
I
Swiss.
guess so.
Okay, because Nerd of Now, I won't call it a spoiler, as more of a warning. Said like the last round of Swiss was also a boring one, and accurate assessment. That's what the Nerd said earlier.
The Heartflame
But, yeah.
really popped off on the opponent's team. I do appreciate that it really does make pivoting unviable.
We saw, I think that's just the way that you play. I mean, I know this is like only sort of the mirror, but we were watching the Arubega mirror, and the Heartflame was probably the most important Pokemon.
Heartflame's always the most
obviously,
important
yeah.
mon when it comes to like Maridon games in general.
Yeah.
Because that Pokemon is like, frankly, Heartflame management is just such a big deal with Maridon, right? Because it, especially in the mirror when you're playing like one-turn swings a lot of the time, the Heartflame being able to resist the electric moves and also punishes you for locking in Gleam is really, really, really impactful. And it forces you to Draco it, which is just really punishable from Terra Fairy, Maridon, and Whimsicott. So like, that Mon is just like so crucial in the mirror and is so good into opposing Maridon that doesn't surprise me at all.
Mm-hmm. All right, going into top cut. So this is the top 32 stage, and that is Matt Menard on the bad Shadow Rider team, the week 1 Shadow Rider team. We all had this in our builder. Joe brought this to Indianapolis Regionals and didn't make day 2, but here it is in top cut of the International Championships.
This is not the week 1 Shadow Rider team at all.
What do you mean? It's
There was a Raging Bolt, no Chiyu, and there was no Fluttermane. It was Instant
Okay, there was no
Rillaboom,
Fluttermane.
Moongus, Raging Bolt, Shadow Rider, Urshifu.
You're right.
This is Flutter Chiyu over Raging Bolt and Incineroar, and this is Life Orb Shadow Rider instead of the Focus Sash Nasty Ball. Like, there's a lot of differences, man.
I think the Fluttermane is the main difference. I think we did see some Life Orb Shadow Rider. We saw some Shadow Rider, especially
didn't
with
really have
we saw
Chiyu.
some Shadow Rider hyper offense with Chiyu. This is what it reminds me of.
Yeah,
it's
but
a kind
what
of
you were referring to, like the Joe team, was the
Yes,
Bolt
it is.
guy.
It is different from the Joe team.
And Amoonguss now notably a Sludge Bomb, which I think is a much stronger offensive adjustment in the format.
Right. Now, I think that I was sort of conflating the two different type of early format Shadow Rider teams, one of which was very hyper offensive with Chiyu and Shadow Rider, and the other version with Life Orb. The other version had a move that was a little more offensive. This is a cool team.
I like Victor's
This one
team.
is. I want to like this one. Okay, you have to understand why I can't, but I want to.
Mm-hmm.
I like Victor's team. Horidon, I really love experimenting with items. I don't think Clam is particularly necessary on the Mon. And the ability shield plus the Wheezing is actually a really, really, really cool idea. I think that's genuinely pretty nifty. It does also get to play with Koraidon boosting Fluttermane and having just an aggressive Sun mode while also pivoting into the Dozo. I'm a little surprised there's no U-turn on the Koraidon, but I think this is a really cool idea, and I'm not surprised to see it in Top Cut because the Wheezing Dozos are just so reliant on beating like the Shadow Rider front half that having to do with an aggressive Sun back is kind of funky.
Mm-hmm.
With the one flip side being, I just don't see a good 4th Mon for the Sun mode unless Wheezing inherently provides value, which I'm not sure if it does.
Or Dozo inherently provides value.
I don't think any of the Mons inherently provide value. Frankly, I just think the team is based. I like it.
He's just always bringing Dozo.
I guess he has to. What was the Dozo set?
I didn't check.
Oh, I saw it. It's pretty cursed.
It's helmet, rest, sleep, talk. Yeah.
I'm into it. This team rocks.
All right.
This guy Victor built my Atlanta team, man. Fuck you.
So we did see that Matt's Flutter Main was slower, I think. Did we see that?
Yes. Which is kind of to be expected. A lot of Flutters on Sun teams do run speed all the way up to the max.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the booster energy ones usually run some bulk. So, yeah.
Wasn't your shift over? Get the fuck out of here, Alex.
All right. You know what? Fair enough.
Wait, no, stay.
Here.
Cool.
I also didn't catch the Terra on the Flutter Main. I saw Wolf was running Terra normal, partially for matchups
that makes
like
sense
this.
to me based off his squad, especially since his was a more Perish version, right? So
Right.
he probably does want to have just the additional aggro into Shadow Rider.
Yeah, and so we see this Koraidon doing the same thing, where you got Icy Wind off, and then you just outspeed with your Koraidon, presumably something like max speed Koraidon, and getting the KO on the Flutter Main. Because all these Flutter Main on other teams are running not max speed. And yeah.
And I guess it helps for Victor because the thing that's really annoying for Koraidon Flutter is Covert Cloak Calyrex Shadow. Life Orb is frankly just a pretty easy slot to Icy Wind Flare Blitz.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see how like Victor was able to take an early game lead because he was able to just like threaten the Icy Wind and got the 50-50, right?
Yeah. And yeah.
Oh, this is looking really good for Victor.
Yeah, Matt forced a Rage Powder and just not taking much damage at all. The good switch from Victor.
There's a Terra available. There is a Terra Water on the Shroomer, I'm assuming, for this board state, which is really... Oh, same thing.
Terrifier,
Very good for this board state.
Like, yeah.
There's probably a Snarl, though, in the Chiyu's range that's really easy to click right now.
Yeah, you have a couple options. You could call the Terra, you could pin it with like Heatwave Collision Course if you want to.
You can't... Well, not necessarily, because I'd imagine Koraidon dies.
Right. And big Snarl. Big dodge. And oh, it does die.
The 95er, not the 95 mid.
Koraidon teams do live and die by the 95. That is a thing. Icy Wind is so important for the pacing, and Snarl on the Chiyu is very important for the pacing, but that feels bad.
That's rough.
It's not over.
Really rough.
It's not over, though. It's just, like, kind of over.
It's, like, a little over.
I think Victor still has his Terra available, though, and that's easy to click right now on Flutter, so you do get the Snarl and then press Flutter buttons.
Well, the problem is, the Chiyu is sleeping. It hasn't taken a turn of sleep. And he doesn't have a good back Pokemon. If he had, like, a Hearthflame or something, or a Raging Bolt, we'd be like, oh, yeah, the Raging Bolt could clean it up. No, it's a Weezing in back, or it's a Dozo in back, right? Like, it's nothing. These are his last Pokemon.
That was a Snarler, right? Like, I do think that... Oh, that's so tough. Was there a way to counteract that? Maybe your play was better, where you rely on the fact that Shroomer's, like, kind of pinnable with, like, Heatwave Collision Course or Dark Pulse Collision Course, and just say that, having your Pokemon be alive is better than having Chiyu be asleep. And sacking Koraidon to Shadow Rider is better, and then just killing the Amoonguss, and then just having Chiyu Flutter to win the game might be better.
But your Pokemon wouldn't be alive, because the Astral would still KO, right?
Well, it would kill the Koraidon, but I think the thing that I'm suggesting is who cares?
No, I think it's still losing.
Very little of this matters if you're under the assumption that whatever move you're clicking into Shadow Rider is missing. Like, the only option that counteracts that is to literally Dark Pulse it on the turn, which,
that's what
honestly,
I'm wondering, though. That
wouldn't have been, like, completely absurd, because, like, Amoonguss is staring down a Chiyu with two great spread moves to click. Is it really going to click Rage Powder? Probably not. But it would also still fall victim to a, like, Protect Shadow Rider Spore turn, Terra Spore.
Mm-hmm.
So...
I wonder what the Koraidon clicked that turn. Right? Because if the Koraidon did click a fire move into Amoonguss, I think the game was still losing. I think that...
There's also the universe where he was probably just supposed to sack his Weezing and keep Koraidon alive, because Weezing doesn't matter, and if Weezing gets sacked, like, you could go for, like, Dark Pulse into Shadow Rider, sack Weezing, and that's forcing Rage Powder or letting you kill the Shadow Rider because it protected the previous turn.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you get through the Shadow Rider, then you still have Koraidon available and Specs Flutter to apply pressure to Amoonguss X.
I'm just going back to the actual turn right here to better understand exactly what the board state was, right? Because Snarl KOs. Does Snarl KO Calyrex? This is a Scarf Chiyu.
It might not, honestly, but it would do enough such that Koraidon gets a turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if it doesn't KO, then you still get an Astral off, and if he didn't Collision Course the Amoonguss, then Amoonguss gets to Spore off, and if the Calyrex is still alive, then it's in an okay spot. It can switch out, it can reposition. But if the Koraidon went for a Fire move into Calyrex or a Fighting move into Amoonguss, then I think Victor is in a really good spot. It's hard to say without knowing what Victor went for.
Had Calyrex protected the previous turn, or was it open? I don't remember if it was that turn that Calyrex had protected. I know Calyrex protected turn 1.
Oh.
I guess this is turn 2.
This turn 2? Yeah, it's turn 2. So... Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I'm wondering if Dark Pulse plus like a button with Koraidon was better because it forces Rage Powder.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also pretty bad to switch to Chiyu and Spore. So I guess really it's just a click Snarl and hit Snarl position, and I'm fine with that. And he just got punished.
Was this turn 2? Because he astraled, right? Yeah. Okay. No, this was turn 3. He didn't protect. He astraled into.
Then Snarl just had to be the play, and you're just supposed to hit that button.
I think so. Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks for indulging.
That's what we're here for. This is genuinely why I like doing the rewatches instead of watching live, is because these games are interesting, and going back and trying to understand exactly why the players made the plays they made, what they could have done differently, is really how you get better at Pokemon. Watching live, it's so hard to understand all the intricacies. Yeah.
Do you notice how Koraidon is actually just an X?
I do notice that now that you mention it.
Wait, did you realize that Fluttermane is actually
just
a Y? Okay. So same leads. I wonder what's gonna happen this time.
Koraidon just an X and it's just a Y. I mean, the turn 2 mix-up is the Icy Wind hit the Shadow Rider, but the turn 2 Brain Blast is just do the same turn 1 and hit it right. Yep.
Yeah.
Do the same. Or, okay, I guess
that's
technically a mix-up. I think that's way worse.
Yeah, because now it's Specs, right? So you can't Icy Wind this turn.
I think that's way worse. Icy Wind was the much better button.
What's the Terra on the Calyrex?
Dark, looks like.
Dark.
It looks like he's going for it.
That just seemed really positioned. That just seemed very...
Audi, this could be... Oh my god. Audi, you are strength and their Sword and Shield.
I think it defaults to that. I'll fix it.
I guess Gozo's the Pokemon that makes Shadow Ball a better play, but... I still liked Icy Wind more.
Do you know how to change our default stream? Because it always defaults to Sword and Shield.
This is
good news, Audi. We are the highest in the category.
That's a billion. And Shadow Rider Chi were just faster than Dozo. Like that. If that was an Icy Wind, you at least get a turn off now.
Yep.
Never. Like you're still just dying.
Oh, hey,
Dozo
lives.
I'm so terrible. But still, Icy Wind is winning the game. But this looks like it's kind of sort of winning the game because it kind of just loses to both the board getting cleared and then Flutter Koraidon and just pressing Gleam and Flare Blitz or whatever.
No, the board doesn't get cleared. That's the key part.
Yeah.
Well, then you just protect with the Koraidon until the Tatsugiri dies. It's fine. Like you just protect Icy Wind and then you're still fine.
Sludge Bomb. Oh, because it's goggles.
Icy Wind with Tots. Why is it Flutter here?
What's
the moves in the Tots? Does the Tots have
taunt on Tots if Flutter's here?
If it has Dazzling Gleam, it wins, right?
No, it doesn't
Dazzle
Gleam.
Taunt.
It's just going to be Gleam Taunt.
Yeah, Gleam Taunt.
It's not taunt, by the way. It's hydro pump.
What do you mean it's hydro pump? It's a Koraidon team.
It's double water move. It's running hydro pump. They got the call right.
Okay, that's awful. So okay.
Okay, that's why it wasn't Koraidon, right? Because it was the last turn of Sun.
Just protect. Oh, sure, fine. I very strongly believe, though, that the turn 1 sequence of Shadow Balling, hitting the call, killing the Flutter, and then applying pressure to the Calyrex, like, wasn't necessarily the move. I much prefer, I think, Icy Wind Terra Flare Blitz into the Calyrex, if you're going to do something like that, mainly because like, Calyrex still has Psychic Pressure to Oko Koraidon, and then the way that Icy Wind would interact with the board is Doza would outrun the Shadow Rider thereafter and just get an extra attack off, and that's just a really big deal. I think this turned it a lot more volatile than it necessarily had to be. You could argue that hitting the Icy Wind turn 1 is more of a call than just, like, splitting targets, but I think that there's a lot more of a risk by splitting targets and not interacting with speed when you have the Dozo mode than what happened here.
The Dozo lives on like 1 HP. There's no way that he was sure he was going to survive that.
Yeah, and if you just if you Icy Wind early and then apply Shadow Rider protected, right, which is like fine. I guess you can argue that you need to kill the Flutter main first, because if Icy Wind hits your Flutter and then their Shadow Rider protects, then they have the speed advantage on their Shadow Rider, which is fine. You can say that you're supposed to Icy Wind, and I don't know. I'm not trying to overstate what is supposed to happen there, because I guess it's still dependent on circumstances, but I do think that the Dozo mode was a lot less good because there was no speed interactions.
And Matt apparently did get a triple protect to end that game. Needed a quadruple to Starlight Sun. So, almost.
That would be legendary. I would have, when I saw the triple, I think I would be squeezing my controller so tight as the opponent. Like,
do you think the Koraidon needed to Terra turn 1 that last game?
It covers for
Psychic,
a Psychic.
Right?
It covers for a Flutter main Terra because he went for Shadow Ball.
And it's not like the Dozo Tots are really tearing. It makes it so that you can't tear the Flutter in front of Calyrex, which could be what he cares more about. But realistically, if Shadow Rider Terra, if Shadow Rider kills your Flutter that turn, it also died.
So we see a double protect here from Matt. So he is scouting out the Snarl that Chio's locked into. We saw the Collision Course come out into protect. But now, no real need to Terra this Amoonguss because, it's presumably Terraing the Shadow Rider instead.
Collision Course the horse. Collision Course the horse.
Yeah, we'll see if he clicks it again. I imagine he's clicking a fire move into this Amoonguss.
Horse the horse.
We didn't see a Rage Powder, that's right. Flare Blitz.
Just big blitz.
Into Shroom.
Goodbye, Mushroom.
Goodbye, Koraidon.
That's almost always safer, right? Because, like, if he's assuming he has pieces in back to... I'm assuming there's Flutter in back.
Yeah, but it's like you just traded your Restricted and your Terra to get rid of an Amoonguss. And one of your Pokemon is either a Dozo or a Weezing.
That's all Flutter needs.
The Flutter does kind of just sweep from here.
That's true.
Mean, you have to worry about the Chiyu getting off an Overheat in Sun. If your Chiyu wins the Speed War and gets off the Snarl beforehand...
It could just be Snarl switch Flutter.
Well, the Flutter is faster. Right?
Yes, but the Calyrex
is going to die to Moonblast.
Assumption.
Yeah. Snarl.
Snarl, does it land?
That would
Does.
not
Lands?
stop
Does the overheat KO? Does the overheat land?
It
Lands?
overheat still kills.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh,
Does
okay.
not KO. It's just Scarf. It's just Scarf. You basically just took away the sun with that Snarl. And so it's just a regular old overheat. Fluttermane does have a 135 SPDF, so... Yeah, I think that just about seals it. I mean, like, you can try to stall out the sun turns at this point, and that might be a route, but Chiyu's still going to have its Scarf at the end of the day. It might be able to switch out and lock into a different move eventually.
Well, if it doesn't get to switch out, yeah, I guess it's going to be able to switch out at some point.
Single target.
But like the Snarls are not doing
No
all that
way!
much.
Another Snarl miss.
Another Snarl miss. Okay.
Never mind.
This brings to mind the question I was going to ask you guys earlier. Would you rather win worlds or lose worlds to a quad protect?
What?
Win worlds, no
See?
doubt. No question.
No, you guys are stupid. You guys are stupid. Because imagine losing, like, you'd have complaint equity forever. Literally anything bad happens to you, you'd be like, well, yeah, at least you didn't lose Worlds Finals to a quad protect. Like, you could just dismiss every argument with that. Like, I don't think you realize how powerful that is. Winning Worlds, you have to do some things, but...
Your Delta flight flipped over? Well, I've lost Worlds to a quad protect, which is more likely.
Wait, Victor loses, right?
Yeah, he stalled that sun. He stalled that sun.
The problem with Victor's team construction is there's no fourth mon in back that isn't dog shit.
Right. So now you switch out Chiyu because he has to get lock into Heatwave. Because Snarl is never winning.
Okay, never mind. I take it back. I got excited for a second, and I realized I had no reason to be excited.
No, the ability change did not do anything.
And
it does, because Proto's gone.
Sun is gone. Sun is gone.
Yeah, but Proto is gone because of ability guy.
Sun is also gone, so he never had Proto.
Yeah, but Heatwave.
Oh, right, he did. Yeah.
He has a booster, man.
So now you can overheat the Weezing. Oh, overheat the Calyrex, right? That's the play. Can you?
I think it's gonna Heatwave.
Heatwave doesn't win. This is okay, but Heatwave doesn't KO.
It missed the Fluttermane.
Much equity there because the Snarl also the Flutter also dodged that Snarl.
Does Flutter die to a Heatwave from here?
It doesn't matter anymore because she's too slow.
Right. But I was asking last turn, right? Like that Heatwave miss. I don't know if it matters.
It gets crit.
It could have. I mean, he also missed the Snarl to miss the Heatwave.
The miss Snarl and miss Heatwave, you need to hit both of those, right?
If he hit the Snarl and then also hit the Heatwave and also hit his Snarl game one, like he just got super fucked that game.
A little bit.
That's that. But I do still think that there's no Mon in back for Victor's team that I want to see as a slot 4.
Right.
Because, like, if Sun is up successfully, you turn off your own abilities with Weezing. Solo Dozo.
Yeah, the beads are off, that's true.
Awful. And his Tots seems to suck. So, like, his front board is very strong because Koraidon Chiyu Flutter is very strong, but Mon 4 has no gas.
Yeah.
Gotta be Helping Hand on top, right? Helping Hand on Tots is the only way to have a Mon 4 with tempo.
And without the Snarl miss, Flutter would have been in Heatwave range, but you are relying on hitting Snarl and hitting Heatwave, which, you know, reduces the odds ever so slightly, but is...
it was like an 85% to win game 3 and like a 95% to win game 1, right? Like, he did get kind of owned.
Yeah. I mean, you did have to... It's not just quite that simple, because you had to also hit Heatwaves into the Calyrex as well. You had to hit Snarls into both slots. But yeah, it's like... That's the thing about playing Chiyu, is that you have to hit a bunch of slightly inaccurate moves in a row, and you are very likely to miss at least one of them. Missing 2 of them, you definitely have the right to complain. But the game 1, I think, is a lot more right to be salty about than the game 3, where you did have to hit like a bunch of inaccurate moves to win that game, and you know he did miss them, and that's going to happen some percentage of the time.
That's tough. That again from Flutter and Snarls and Heatwaves from Chiyu.
You know, on Top Takes last Monday, right? I was complaining about the Iron Bundle Chiyu Dozo team that top cut EUIC a couple years ago. 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's all 95, 90, 90, 90, 95,
Yeah.
95, 95,
And-
95, 80, 80, 80, 80.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this is kind of the same thing. It's the dozo and then a bunch of inaccurate moves.
Wait, let's do Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle. We saw Kyle. Kyle won on stream. He went X1, playing Dylan
He had the
Yeomans.
Pow Dozo. He had Pow Night Dozo.
Yeah.
CSR.
And so look at this. We have Australia versus Joji Australia, right? Australia versus EU, NA versus NA versus EU, EU versus Japan, NA versus EU, NA versus EU, NA versus Japan, NA versus EU. So we have so many. We have like 8 representatives, 7 representatives in top cut from NA, in top 16, which is pretty crazy.
Can I tell the Joji story?
Go for it. I'm gonna grab some more water. You tell the story.
When we were in Hawaii, right? Was it Hawaii? What, Alex, I'm actually completely stupid. Was this in Hawaii or NAIC?
I don't know the story, so go ahead.
Okay, I think it was NAIC actually. So in New Orleans, we after the conclusion of day 1, or something. I'm honestly completely blanking on the location now. I think it was actually NAIC. We got dinner at this like one bar or whatever, and we were it was like the staff at the bar was.
This was New Orleans, yeah,
was
I remember.
about the. Was this NAIC?
Yeah, this is New Orleans.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the staff at the bar was like, we all kind of clambered into the restaurant, and they were asking like what we were there for. We talked about the tournament, and then one of the staff members was they pulled in like one of the staff members, like he was excited about it because he like was a Pokemon fan and things of that nature. He mentioned that he had found a badge and was probably going to be going the next day, and it turned out the badge that I'm not a good storyteller, but it turned out the badge that he had found was Joji's. So our staff, like the waiter that we had at the restaurant, was referring to himself as Joji Kaida. I can't pronounce the last name, but he just had Joji's badge and was masquerading as him at the tournament the next day. And I believe, from what I saw, like on a stream video or something along those lines, like it looks like Joji did not actually have his badge when the camera panned to him, because we know the staff member did not give it back. So he just found Joji's badge like somewhere on Bourbon or whatever, and then decided to be him for the next day, and it was very funny.
Yeah. All right. So this matchup, I will say, I did watch this one and the next match, I think. This is Francisco Piopero, who is Sidget online. He won a Victory Road Tour a couple weeks ago with, I think, this exact team. He was also my Smart Money pick for this tournament, which I got to pull up who picked Smart Money from whom. Do you remember, Alex? Who else? You picked Hoj, right?
Yeah, I picked Hoj. Marco Fiera was picked by Hunter, and Eric picked Victor Medina, who did not make day 2.
So does that mean I think none of these guys, except for Sidget, made top 16, right?
I didn't look at the top 16. I was checking something else, but I believe so. I don't think after Hoj lost on stream, I think then didn't quite make it to cut. So
Marco,
this is not Zoom Lens, right?
No, this one was some other item. Citrus, yeah.
Citrus
Marco actually bubbled into top 32 as a 9-3, one of the very few. And one of the good things for NA, by the way, is that all of the 9-3s that bubbled into top 32 were EU players and one Japanese player. So that's a little bit of respite for us. And then who was the other player? We said Marco and we said Hoj. And Hoj did Nielsen. How do I spell Nielsen? Frederick Nielsen. Which Nielsen did you pick? Did you pick Nikolaj or did you pick Frederick?
Both. If you pick Hoj, you get both.
You don't get both.
Yeah, you do.
I picked Frederick.
You picked Frederick. He went 8-4. He finished top. He finished 86th.
So is Mario without Luigi? You get both.
So we talked about Sidget's team on Top Takes. It is the Calm Mind Terapagos team, very similar to Ishmael's team from Sid Tonio regionals. Is that right? Yeah. And then Grant using a Miraidon team. I think he's used this before as well.
A lot of interesting options here. You don't see a lot of CB Urshifu in this format because it's just a lot more vulnerable than in previous formats. I do think that like CB Ursh was pretty cool in the format before restricteds were introduced, Reg F or whatever. I know Aaron Trailer was excited about CB Ursh Rapid Strike, and I really like CB Ursh Single Strike.
Yeah. No, I was a big fan of CB Ursh Single Strike when it got released in 2023.
The problem is though, right now, right, like CB Ursh kind of does like die to a stray, like anything. Like all the restricted, like at least the special restricteds kind of just like own it with a spread move.
Well, that's where Screens
it probably
is probably pretty useful, and the Terra is pretty useful. Terra Grass.
Sure. It probably does apply a fuck ton of pressure to Ice Rider, though.
Right. Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure into Ice Rider. That's the main thing, right? I think if you're using Terra Grass, you're trying to get around Amoonguss. You have a Furgraph to block Fake Out, and you're just trying to knock out this Ice Rider once you get some chip damage onto it.
I'm a big fan of tearing my Urshi Grass to help with Ice Rider. It's pretty sick.
If you need to, right? If you need to get around Amoonguss, you don't have to Terra it. It's got a good defensive typing naturally into Ice Rider on its own. And then Grass lets you take a hit from a Rhydon behind screens, presumably. A hit from Shadow Rider behind screens.
No.
You don't think so?
Not that it's Draco. I mean, if it's
not
an
a Draco
electric move, sure.
Yeah. An electric move or a Dazzling Gleam is what I was thinking.
Fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if Urshi's my first instinct for Grant and in a Miraidon Mirror. I think that like Grimmy is pretty cool, so I'd probably lead in on Grimmy Miraidon hands, and honestly, Entei seems pretty solid.
That's true. Urshi probably going to see some play into the Terapagos team, but he does have double fighting, which is
I don't know. Like, I mean, you can just double protect in front of the Urshi and disable it. It is a choice Pokemon.
Right.
So true.
And so normally you would think that the Combine Terapagos quite good into Miraidon. Naturally, you have Rillaboom as well. And but that's where and especially with all these Miraidon players dropping their fighting move off of their Urshifu, another reason for Terapagos to gain some leverage. But this choice band Urshifu.
What?
Oh, you didn't see? A lot of Urshifu players were dropping on Arubego were dropping close combat for taunt or U-turn. We saw like 3 or 4 of them.
Yep.
I don't care for that.
Yeah. Well, but Grant does have the fighting move obviously on Urshifu and the Iron Hand, so that's going to give him some leverage in this matchup, I think, to be able to take out Terapagos.
I think this is a fine play.
Again, I have seen this match, so I'm going to let you guys talk about the plays a little more.
Oh, goodbye, Incineroar. Grant just said, "What if I don't respect you turn 1?" And he sure did not.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a Furgraph on the team, but
I'm pretty happy with that play and all. Oh, that's big. I'm pretty comfortable with that turn 1. There's a lot of value that you get from Entei throwing a Sacred Fire into Terapagos, just breaking the Terra Shell, and then like just essentially having like a 45% on the spot to really enjoy your life. And if Fake Out goes into Miraidon, then you just launch that next turn, right? Like that's not that big of a deal.
Right. And even, Sacred Fire, really good in this matchup, nullifying leftovers and potentially nullifying Sturdy from Ogerpon too. Something that's been a pain in the thorn of these guys' teams.
Yeah. That turn looked disrespectful, but it was honestly probably pretty safe.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's the worst case? They fake out the Miraidon and you still get your...
Fake out Calm Mind, and you just get the Incin on another turn, and then you throw a non-Mold Breaker, or non-Terra Shell Sacred Fire into the turtle, and it's still just, like, pretty strong.
Yeah, so we do see...
and he's going to take Chip.
Yeah. And so we did see the Urshifu come in for the Entei, so really respecting the Ivy Cudgel, but honestly might have gone down to the Ivy Cudgel plus Terra Starstorm anyways.
I think it's hard. Like, I feel like Grant's lost a lot of his advantage, because now Urshi is, like, being pressured to be killed by the Ogerpon, and then the turtle gets to get another hit off. Like,
Mhm.
I kind of sort of think losing Entei would have been more valuable.
All right, we do see Electro Drift. No Terra, no terrain, obviously.
Right.
So
We
doing
lose
under half.
Rydon, and then you get a fake out CC into the turtle, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
That seems pretty good.
Yeah, that seems like what I mean. That is what Grant is lining up, right? He's trying to get that one a consistent attack off into this turtle. And it's such a can switch out. He is allowed to switch out this Terapagos. It loses its Combine boost, but it does stay alive, which may or may not be important because, he gets to decide whether Terapagos is more important than the Pokemon he has in back.
I know you're on two times speed, but Grant's a clicker.
Oh man, just nothing compared to the Paul Chua match from yesterday. That was crazy. He was
You
so
get to
fast.
see like the text on his stuff. It's just gone.
That was instant.
Yeah, so it's a fake out CC. Who's in back?
And
okay, Rilla lives.
it's a choice bad close combat. It's doing a lot.
You have to throw double attacks into the Ogre Pawn and try to win with Entei. And Glide kills Urshi, and I guess actually Power Whip probably kills Iron Hands. So this is looking pretty awkward.
Yeah, you can glide to kill Urshi. You can even cover an Entei switch if you really want to. I don't think you get to, because then you're stuck with an awkward spot if they didn't switch.
I'm okay with this. It's Terra Bug, I'm assuming.
Terra Poison.
Poison's fine. Poison's fine. So you lose the Urshifu.
Oh, it lives.
Okay. Okay, now Turtle wins.
But now Turtle is in a really good spot. Yeah, because now, you're getting a close combat off into this this Ogre Pawn if they follow me.
Was that the right Mon to hit? Was that CC not supposed to go into Ogre Pawn?
Good question.
I feel like you're supposed to kill the Ogre Pawn because that's the guy that's making your Entei the most mad, and then you're trying to get in front of, and then you can E-Speed kill the Rillaboom before it Grassy Glides your Pokemon, and then you have another fighting move to kill Turtle.
I think you're right. I think he didn't fully think through the I think he just thought the Pokemon was going to die that turn. He didn't realize he had get an attack off.
If CC goes in an Ogre Pawn that turn, then that's like winning, right?
Yeah.
You just switch the Urshifu into Entei, stack hands, bring in Urshifu, E-Speed the Rillaboom, CC the Turtle.
Mm-hmm. And now, just double protect into follow me. Actually, you don't even have to follow me at this point. Yeah, just double protect into a double attack wins the game.
That game is sad because there was a lot of advantage for Grant turn one, but it feels like, I mean, Sikiat. This is Sikiat, right?
Sichit, yeah.
Sichit, sorry. He did like appreciate that his turn one, like his board turn one, was worse than Grant's board turn one, and figured out how to bring it back from his resources. But I do think that like Grant kind of struggled to extract value from his pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love the Urshifu switch turn 2, I don't think, because like that Pokemon, especially like that Pokemon was that dude for this match, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And by switching it in, you also lost defensive Terra pressure from Urshifu by terraing grass in front of Ogre Pawn to apply like damage into the other turtle, right? Like you just kind of lost your ability to win the game by doing that, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It's so hard to, you can't let your Urshifu take damage into this team a lot of the time. It's really hard to.
I think like sacking Miraidon, sacking Entei, like the fighting types were the guys, and just being able to leverage Urshi's HP to get as much value from fake out pins seemed to be the thing to do. And if you were at full HP, right, like on the turn with like Ogre Pawn plus Terapagos, you're allowed to fake out the Turtle Terra Urshifu CC into the Ogre Pawn, because Ogre Pawn was the big threat since it was outrunning the Urshifu. And then if you do that and you're not worried about, like, you can just switch Urshi out Like, I just don't think Grant prioritized Ogre Pawn to the extent that he was supposed to. He just kind of disrespected it, and it was like the main thing in his Urshi's way.
Yep.
And even still, right, we saw like that one turn where Urshifu lived on like 4 or whatever. If he had hit the Ogre Pawn, he won the game.
Yeah. Alex, if you're not watching game 2, this set was actually quite good. If you wanna.
Alex is deafened.
Oh, okay. Guess he's not watching. No, this game 2 and 3 was really interesting.
You man.
What?
I didn't know there was a game 3.
All right. Well, that's true. Yeah. Spoilers. It wouldn't be a very interesting set if it was a 2-out.
Well, considering game 1, it's not going to be that interesting of a set, so it might be. Okay, so we are leading Grimmy now. This lead is a lot worse into Heartflame than the it's a Cornerstone than the other stuff, right? Like, I still continue to think Grant's not like respecting Ogre Pawn enough.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's prioritizing getting screens up here.
Well, that is a funky Terra.
And really calling out the Combine because not respecting a Terra. Because like the way this team plays, you're not actually ever really going to click Terra Starstorm until you get some value out of your Terra Shell, right? And so it kind of makes sense to Terra early and say, all I need my Entei to do is KO this Ogre Pawn, and then it's done its job. Then not even clicking Light Screen here. Getting a Reflect off and then clicking T-Wave.
I mean, there's no... Okay. Like, sure. Grimmy lives, so that's very Spadef Grimmy. You get to throw a Sacred Sword, you do get to press the button into the guy, force the fake out into Grimmy, but then you sack board. Kind of have to protect this turn, don't you, to avoid sacking board or going to Iron Hands?
I see there's no Miraidon back.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That seems wrong.
And no Paycat coming out, so he's getting the Light Screen off. Trying to get the Wisp onto the Iron Hands, and it misses.
This is not an interesting game, too. It's interesting in that it is unusual, and things that are unusual are inherently interesting.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But I would instead suggest that it fucking blows.
But have you considered that I really wanted as many NA players to get top 4 as possible?
I don't care for this match at all.
So the other cool thing is that the Iron Hands now outspeeds the Terapagos, which is actually, very important.
Yeah, especially when it is immune to Will-O-Wisp based off of its mistyping.
Well, yeah, it's holding the Bright Powder, right? So it's very important.
Well, Grim could side T-Wave the Iron Hands to avoid Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing it can do.
Yeah, well, imagine if he holds Terra, and then Terra's the Iron Hands to side too. I know there's no Terra. This match sucks. Tigya kind of got owned. I don't think Grant's macro plan was particularly good, and his micro plan was get bailed, and it kind of worked. So,
only sort like the Will-O-Wisp dodges were pretty good for him for sure. But overall, like, I think getting the T-Wave off into a Pokemon that's supposed to sit on the field for 12 turns is quite valuable, right?
Reasonable.
Yeah.
T-Waving Turtle, very reasonable. Not mad at T-Waving the Turtle. It's just, I don't know. This just seems dumb.
No, the part that I thought was very interesting was, okay, going for T-Wave into the Turtle, you understand that the Turtle is going to try to sit on the field for 12 turns this game, and by T-Waving it, you are going to get value on 3 of those turns.
Yeah, T-Wave costs for 3 turns. Like, I'm fine with the math on T-Waving instead of light screening. You can stall pressure out with T-Wave and fake outs and things of that nature to, like, avoid whatever it is you need to do. I don't think the lead was particularly good because the lead, like, was pretty cornerstone weak, and Grant's game plan seems to be, and like especially from game 1-2, kind of sort of seems to be, I'm going to pretend you don't have options, and I'm going to click my buttons, and then you're going to outpredict and not use your options, and then it turns out you didn't have options.
I don't know. I feel like, yeah, it was cornerstone week, and then he made the point to Terra normal and commit his Terra early, which is normally not something you expect to do into Terapagos in order to not be weak to cornerstone. And it seemed like he was like he was ready to do that from turn 1.
I'm being disrespectful. I'm just
like that is not a game plan that I would have seen, obviously having not used the team at all, but to just say, yeah, screw it, like, what are you going to do? Terra Starstorm without Calm Minding? Terastallize without getting any value out of your Terra Shell? I don't believe you're going to do that. And Sitchit did get some value by clicking Spiky Shield and kind of burning that Terra for no value when it'd be so easy just to attack with your Ogre Pawn there.
It is funky to have decided that Miraidon was not the guy to bring.
Yeah.
I don't know if Miraidon is worse in my head than having Entei. I feel like Miraidon provides more value than Entei, but maybe having the turns in front of Instant are better. But Entei is the piece on the board that's forcing you to need to Terra in front of Cornerstone.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I don't know why that board state's better than having Grim Entei, because Grim Miraidon, because even if it's like an instant turtle lead, then like you get to just like swap a turn, like set up a screen for no pressure, and if it's like Ogre Pawn turtle, then Grim Miraidon is just a better board to have. Like, I just don't know why it's Entei over Miraidon there. I know there's Rillaboom instant stuff, which is like fair, but
the Citrus team is very hostile towards Miraidon. With Rillaboom,
I don't know if it's hostile enough to not have it.
That's true, right? It was an interesting game plan. It did work out. He did get a little lucky, but like I also don't think the Iron Hands didn't actually do. It chipped the Terapagos down, but he put the Urshifu in a position to knock it out anyways, right? So it wasn't all that significant. I mean,
it did stall Sitchit's ability to put Screamtail on the board because he had to throw Wisps out.
Right, and also it yeah, that's a big thing.
This burn also is super.
The burn was big
too. Like he's also just really capitalizing on getting Sacred Fire burns.
Mm-hmm.
The only accurate burn move.
And the Terapagos got paralyzed, above 25% of the time as well. So got a little lucky for sure, but just an interesting game plan. I thought it was an interesting approach to this matchup, which I think is so unfavored, and he found his outs. He just get a little lucky.
It's as unfavored as you think it is, because Grimmsnarl really changes the dynamic. Like into the Whimsicott versions, I can somewhat see it because you are. Well, I mean, honestly, Whimsicott's extremely good into this kind of team construction because it's very reliant on Cornerstone, redirecting the Encores away from Whimsy and being a slot that gets hit. But like T-Wave is objectively a little bit better than Encore because it's long-standing pressure.
And we saw him. He didn't bring Grim game 1, right? So he adapted and realized that Grim was the play game 2. And here we see Grim game 3 as well with Miraidon this time.
Well, Grim is fine. Like Grim's actually quite good. Like this is what I was hoping to see. Game 2 would be to say that if it's Ensign Turtle, then you get to swap the kill Ensign, but you get to Electric Drift the Ensign, T-Wave the Turtle very freely. And if it's Cornerstone Terapagos, then you get to play games. Like you can set up a screen and Volt Switch or something. Like it's fine.
Yeah. I think he realized how valuable the T-Wave was, and even T-Wave is also not even that bad into to Ogre Pawn. So I think he might have just been because it lets your Urshifu get positioned a lot easier, right? So I think if I'm Grant and Sitcha is leading Rock Pawn, I'm still just clicking T-Wave turn 1 and getting my Urshifu on field.
T-Wave's fine. Sure, like that's a valid choice. T-Wave is very, very, very fine. I'm just flagging that I don't think. I don't know if it was supposed to be Electric Drift as opposed to Volt Switch here, but whatever.
Yo, is that Grant in chat? What's up? How's it going?
I'm sorry that
I was saying I was saying that it was really cool to see your adjustments. And yeah, so this time you did exactly what you were saying. You should have done game 2, Rajan, and dropped the Entei for the Miraidon.
Yeah, I think Grim is super pressure forward. I just think that Ogerpon is the mon that applies the most like pressure to Grant. It's the thing that's disrupting the board more often, and just surrounding yourself with Pokemon that give Ogerpon space is not really what I'd be wanting to do.
Yeah. And so Terapagos getting a substitute off, getting a Terra Starstorm off, through Light Screen doing very, very little damage, and now this Terapagos is it's just not doing nothing.
Yeah, I'm pretty thrilled with T-Waving Screamtail switching to Miraidon here. And I don't care if Incin comes in, like, it's still fine. Like, as long as we're throwing Volt Switches into that slot, you're winning the trades in general. Because Turtle's paralyzed, you have Light Screen up. Like, oh boy. Eventually Turtle does get annoying, but, like, the idea is you kill the rest of the field. Like, you kill the other side so that your Urshifu wins the game, or your hands, right?
Yep. Yeah, once you get through, I mean, that's always the combine Terapagos problem. You just KO the partners.
Drift is allowed.
Yeah, I think so.
Drift here is allowed. Stop sacking your Urshi! Stop that.
All right. Electro Drift KOing the Screamtail. I really don't know why Sitchit was bringing Screamtail. I know it's good into the specs from a Rhydon, and I guess it's good into the Choice Band Urshifu. Okay, I kind of understand why he's bringing it, but it didn't come game 1. This mode looked so good in game 1 with Rillaboom. And yeah, here we see full para, so Urshifu's unaffected. But that was the first full para out of 5 turns, so.
Very comfortable switching the Iron Hands on the Ursh slot and Volt switching the Incin slot. That would have been fine with me too. I am just irritated.
Yeah, Zap said he got lucky to recognize it, and those were live adjustments. No, I think the game 3. I think you figured out what the game plan was, and game 2 was super cool. And honestly, to not die to a Power Whip.
But that doesn't happen if he Aqua Jet Electrodrifts that slot.
Yeah, but his Choice Band locked into
Yeah, that's fine for another turn.
I guess that's true. I guess he could have Aqua Jet Electro Drifted. Maybe he didn't want Urshifu to take damage, so wanted to get a U-turn off, right? Because this is a +2 Terapagos, and you need the Urshifu alive.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been something I'd consider before just raw switching into it, but that's fine.
Yeah, but now that it's on, you have to consider each turn individually, right?
I know, I'm just being a little cranky.
But I don't know. When I was looking at this matchup in team preview, I was just thinking, wow, this is so Terapagos favored, and even with double fighting, it's going to be really hard for Grant to pull it back. And then and then after game 1 especially, right, where he lost a pretty convincing. Like, yeah, he had some outs, but I thought the game 1 was pretty convincing overall. And then
Bell play break sub?
No, he chipped it with U-turn.
Oh, okay, sure. That makes more sense. Fine, that's a little point in the U-turn's favor. I don't think it's as aggressively horrible as you're saying, because CB Ursh is a much better Pokemon into the Turtle matchup for Miraidon than Sash in this context, because if that mon is sitting at full health Terrad, you always have Oko on it. So it does give you the macro plan of just eliminating that side of the board for as much as you can do. Mm-hmm. And Miraidon, like, pretty reasonably good at that.
And now this is the other place where we see the T-Wave being really valuable, is because the Iron Hands is faster than the Terapagos in this end game. It makes the end game a lot safer as well, because you can now have your Iron Hands pretty consistently 1v1 the Terapagos.
I agree with that, and even if Miraidon dies this turn and it just ends up being Urshi Hands into the world, you can just Jet kill the Ogerpon and then Drain Punch the Turtle. Repeatedly. Right? Like that should be the win, right? Just jet drain punch. No. No. What? Huh? What was the point of that prediction?
I mean, Sitchit needed to get damage onto the Iron Hands to have a chance to win the game, but it was an interesting play to
what was the point
to not just Aqua Jet and say that your Iron Hands beats the Terapagos in the end game, especially since if
when Urshi dies, you get light screen up again.
Yeah, and I think that after a drain punch, you probably live the +2 Terra Starstorm into a light screen boosted Terra Starstorm, given your 2 drain punches.
You saw how much it did in light screen. It did like 25 HP.
Yeah, I wonder if this one through like a potential crit, maybe.
Crits were not.
Because I guess the Ivy Cudgel crit would have gone into Urshifu, and that might have been really bad.
There would have been no Ivy Cudgel crit. It was just Jet kills the guy.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Is that with the play that Grant went, if he went for Ivy Cudgel, if Sitch had gone for Ivy Cudgel into the Urshifu, would he have maybe won the game? And I think the answer is still no. I think the position was locked up either way, more or less.
Oh, you're saying the hypothetical world where the Jet was not sent out to just kill the Ogre-Pun?
Yeah, exactly. The hypothetical world, that's the real world. That's the world that happened. You're talking about hypothetical worlds.
No, this is the alternate timeline. I guess to be a nicer person, I do think that Grant did capitalize on the fact that getting T-Wave on Turtle makes the Turtle players' life a lot harder, because Turtle really needs to extract value out of all of its turns. You're kind of putting all of your eggs in that Mon's basket. So if you do steal a turn from Turtle, you're stealing a turn from the whole team.
Mm-hmm.
So that is something to think about.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I think that it was executed as safely as possible. I do disagree with your analysis of the matchup in that I don't think it's actually as bad as possible considering Grant's construction with T-Wave and CB Urshifu. It's like a genuinely much more playable matchup for the Miraidon player than just getting set up on ad nauseum because Turtle has like infinite resources, right? Like if the T-Wave goes off, then your hands is faster, and that's not something that happens with Whimsicott because Whimsicott is pressured to press a lot of buttons in the matchup. And I think that Grant did have a lot of pieces, and that's all I have to say.
I was just very impressed by the adjustments, right? Because
I think the adjustments are great. I think acknowledging Grimmsnarl is the MVP in the set is like very, very, very strong and very smart.
Oh shit! Wait, there was drama? Hold up, I'm pulling up the drama right now.
What drama?
My reaction on stream was because my opponent was trash talking me after all the hacks. Losing sucks, but even more if it happens like that. But I accept it and will come back on this stage. I don't condone such behavior while I'm playing.
My reaction on stream was in my post.
I didn't see a reaction on stream, but I guess if you're at the venue, you might have seen it.
Sukiat's calling you a fucker.
I don't know. I obviously the broadcast team did not show anything, so hard. I can't really comment on what happened. So we got Taran on Arubega taking on Mr. Ugarte on another Grim Miraidon team, right? So the comeback of Grim Miraidon is cool to see.
I did not realize. Does Taran look extraordinarily like Indian Arash in this picture? In this like situation?
Does he look like Arash?
I'm getting Indian Arash.
I'm back.
Vibes.
You missed Grant's set versus Sitchit, which I thought was a fun set to watch.
Made me mad.
He decided he was clicking T-Wave into the Terapagos turn 1, and then letting the chips fall where they may, and the chips fell. So we see
Taran's face is just very much giving me vibes from somebody else's face. I just don't.
maybe you're thinking of Ink VGC. Is that who you're thinking of?
No, man. I'm not thinking of.
That looks like Abai, right? Is that who you're talking about?
Hold on.
Man.
I missed the previous conversation. We were saying, did Rajan say that Joe looks like White Arash or something?
That's exactly what I said.
No. Joe looks like White Gavin, and
I
Taran
was
looks
gonna
like
say White Gavin.
White Gavin. Okay. Well, there's White Grimmsnarl here on the field, and Iron Hands staring each other down.
Whoa! White Grimmsnarl.
Whoa! Wait, holy shit!
Chill.
This is Donald Trump's America.
Is running shiny Grimmsnarl racist?
No, this is Trump's America, man. It's we got to remove the DEI. Got to run. No colored Grimmsnarls allowed.
Stop saying words in the order you're using them.
There goes Adi's chance at official casting gig.
Hello? Oh, I forgot to watch your video. I was looking at the stream for a minute. So we see Heartflame Whimsian back. I do think Heartflame is the most important mon in the mirror.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Joe getting both of his screens up, and Taran getting a big old volt switch off.
That's fine. I'm not rooting for either player. I think Taran's perspective, he's saying that if I kill this Grimmsnarl and get through the board, even with screens up, I am happy.
Yeah, it's almost like
and I think that's allowed.
It's like a gambit in chess, right? You're basically sacrificing a Pokemon to get, Joe sacrificed 1.5 Pokemon to get screens up, essentially.
And then Taran's his Iron Hands is not really taking that much pressure right now. He's probably deciding whether he presses Tailwind or Light Screen. I think Tailwind's a little bit more consistent. And the only way, I don't think Taran really cares about the fourth state all that much. The low kick's gonna go into the hands, and he gets to bring in his own Miraidon, and I guess Volk. I maybe am disrespecting Volk. Oh, it went into that slot for some reason. I do think that I'm disrespecting Volk's game a little bit. Is it Quiver Guy?
It is Quiver, yeah.
So maybe Vulcan's screens is actually really impactful. I don't know that particularly well.
I mean, if the Miraidon Terra Fairies and it no longer resists fire, that's at least something to help it out.
Yeah, maybe that's pretty good. Is Miraidon dying to this wild charge?
So we did see that Taran was the faster Miraidon, right? He is not the max bulk Miraidon that other people were on. In fact, I think he's no 176 is no HP, right?
Heartflame's not even mad to be in this spot, as funny as it is.
Yeah, I think you're right, Adi. 4 HP Miraidon.
Wild Charge went Burr. Ivy Control Crit wins game, I guess. Good talk.
Yeah, Sam
4
says,
HP,
yeah, 4 HP. And we did see that cost Taran in the mirror match against I think Shohei, right? Where the double up KO'd Taran's with a Miraidon Iron Hands double up KO'd Taran and didn't KO Shohei. And that was the difference in that set. But Shohei's not in top 8 and Taran is, so here we are.
Game definitely seems like it's over.
Yeah, no, it's going to be hard for
him. Is this the same Miraidon team that Joe was running earlier in the format?
I don't know.
I know Joe had Ditto Lando versions after Indianapolis. I thought he started running Grim Volk.
So, you say this is an interesting turn, right? I think this is the turn.
Where did the Volk go?
Died. It died to an IV cudgel. Because Taran has Tailwind up.
Crit. Got it.
Well,
no, it was a crit. Is what it mainly was.
Yeah, and he has Tailwind up. And we see the Iron Hand survive this Dazzling Gleam. And then Tailwind expires. And this is, it's covered a little bit by the screen, but I believe this is the last turn of Reflect as well.
Ogerpon might be winning.
Yeah, so now this is actually a really interesting board state that I remember catching while I was watching, because there's a few things at play, right? So Iron Hands can't protect. Last turn of Reflect for Joe. And so Iron Hands is going down to the Dazzling Gleam. Taran has to figure out if Ogerpon is dying to dual target Dazzling Gleam into single target Dazzling Gleam. And he has to figure out
single target Gleam into non-spread Gleam if he's Spike use.
Right.
Or into non-Eat Brain Gleam.
Yeah, I think he could, I didn't actually catch how many turns of terrain were left either. Let's see, he's going to pull it up again.
Miraidon came in and reset the terrain, so
Doesn't
there's
show.
4 more after three more after. So Miraidon came in and reset the terrain, that was 5, and then Volk died, so there's 4. There would be 3 left after the end of this turn, so I guess there's no real stalling out terrain.
Yeah, I don't think there is, unless he gets a double protect, which is an option, right? He can. But the other question is,
think it's Ivy.
It's Ivy, or it's Spiky Shield, and if you think Woodhammer KOs without Reflect Up, then you can go for that instead.
I don't know if you get to do that.
Right.
It's just less damage than Ivy.
Well, no, but the argument is if you die to the 2 Dazzling Gleams, then you either have to go for a second double protect on this, double protect on the second one, or you have to go for a Woodhammer and hope he KOs.
I don't think
or Ivy
bank,
Cudgel
I don't
crit.
think you're allowed to bank on Woodhammer killing, and then you just take the EV from Ivy Cudgel crit.
Right. Yeah. So just like a lot of I don't know. It's hard. It was. I was not sure if Ogerpon was going to live 2 Dazzling Gleams, and you can see him hover over Spiky Shield, considering whether he should be banking on taking a KO or going for the double protect. But
He lives the second one.
yeah, it's very close. It's very close. And from the Ivy Cudgel damage without Reflect, I'm very curious if he would have picked up with Woodhammer.
Woodhammer now, right?
Because Woodhammer is stronger than Ivy Cudgel. That also would have been really close, looking at the damage roll right here. But yes, now you Woodhammer, and we did see it did survive the Dazzling Gleam on 9 hit points. So
Taran did pick that one up when the Ivy Cudgel crit the Volk, right? I did say game was over because I just assumed Volk didn't die, and then Volk died.
I don't know how much Volk takes from an Ivy Cudgel base, because it does not have a high
We
defense.
saw it happen. It took like 40 HP.
It did. Okay, so then it would have, because it had a Reflect Up, so it would have been fine. And that is, if you're clicking screens, that is like the one big downside, is that you're playing in a format where a lot of teams have Ogerpon, and they can all kind of crit through your screens potentially. But yeah, the crit was the deciding factor on the team.
What was your Ivy Cudgel adjustment, Alex? Was it saying it doesn't have a boosted crit rate, but it hits through screens?
What?
when we were making the moves, less dog shit.
I don't remember what my suggestion was. We were talking about some really bad ones, though. We were talking about some like the grass one applies Leech Seed or something, and then oh man, there was some really bad. Oh yeah, one of them sets Trick Room, one of them sets Tailwind.
Giraffe boy
hits through Protect. Thank you, Michael. Yes, that's the.
I do think the best one.
They've already done that one, and it's a signature move of no, not Iron Boulder. Shut up.
The best one I do think is Heartflame applies the Charizard DMAX thing.
Oh yes.
Grass one. Vine Lash, whatever the water one's called, Volcalith, Fire one. We have one of each, baby.
The funny part is that does line up type-wise. I
We
don't
have
know
one
if that
of
was
each, baby.
We have Fire, Water, Grass,
in
Rock.
Gen 8 is that Fire, Water, Grass, Rock.
If you Terra them and then use the signature move, you set up the fucking thingy.
Oh God.
100%.
Oh,
no
man.
boosted crit rate, whatever, but you set up Volcalith.
No, I think it should also always crit. I think that's
Always crit.
It needs two boosts. No, I think that honestly,
stop watching this game. I'm sorry.
I think that if they gave it Brick Break, the Brick Break effect would be cool. I think that would actually be really nice.
So again, Joe is relying on the Volcarona for the mirror. I do understand, like, the fire type is the important mon in the mirror, and instead of saying Heartflame is the fire type for Joe, Joe is saying Volcarona sets up on Miraidon and prevents it from pressing non-Gleam button. Like, if it ever presses Gleam, like, it's just Quiver Fuel, and you just press Heat Waves. Like, that is good in the mirror. You force the Terra Fairy, and then it's no longer a fire assist. Like, that is the theory behind fire types being really good into Miraidon.
Yep.
The Fire Fairy pin is very good.
And it's also, it just walls the Iron Hands that are dropping Wild Charge, which apparently is a more common thing now.
I didn't run Wild Charge at Worlds either.
Yeah, I think Luca didn't run it either. So it's pretty common now, and the Valk is a good meta call.
Okay, wait, I've seen this right a couple of turns now. The Volcarona got off a Quiver Dance, but was still slower than Miraidon.
That seems possible.
I think that seems right, yeah.
I do think it's interesting that Joe's Volk is more of a tower and doesn't have Heat Wave, and he just says, I don't die, I press single target Bam Bam.
Yeah, I think it's probably important to, like, Zima, right? You just want to get those single target moves off.
Yeah, exactly, to just hit that guy.
Yeah.
Volk's like...
Oh.
Red Stab. Oh, goodbye, Iron Hands. I do think Volk is sufficiently set up to win, though.
I don't know. I mean, does it get the KO on Giraffe here?
He gets to ignore the Iron Hands for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does have enough damage.
And it was a +3 or +4, so it was picking that up.
And then you just got the Spiky this turn and then spam the Heartflame every single turn for the rest of the game. Or Protect, whatever.
Every Pokemon gets Spiky Shield.
Sorry!
Fire type, click and Protect? It must be.
Now we spam Giga Drains into our Ogre Pond. Big Giga fan. No.
I mean,
HP.
Fire Radiance is fine.
50%.
Because
I want my 2 HP.
Yeah, I think getting the special attack boost to kill
Triple Spiky!
How many protects does it need to win the game?
Double Spiky, Drain Punch crit.
It needs like 3 more, I think.
And no Flame Body proc, of course.
Is the Citrus Berry still there, by the way?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh. I didn't even realize it was Citrus Berry.
Sandy Beach asks, Heartflame gets Burning Bulwark and Spiky Shield. Which one are you running?
I'm running Protect.
It doesn't get that one, sorry. Can't run that one.
Spiky
well,
Shield
no,
every
you do run Spiky Shield because Burning Bulwark doesn't protect you from everything, right?
Yeah, no, it's just
Burning
still Spiky
Bulwark,
Shield.
shit. That move is not good.
They couldn't make it too strong by making it Protect with a burn chance, or like a burn on contact. That would probably be a little bit too imbalanced, but it's now just like not good enough. Shut up.
Shut up, Michael.
It is
exactly.
It is probably good enough on gouging. It's like probably good enough on some Pokemon, but I don't know. Yeah, I think Spiky Shield's better.
Joe is making the Volk line seem very compelling in the mirror. I don't care if he actually loses the set. Volk does just apply a lot of pressure.
Wait, I just realized now, Audie, your chat starts up top and goes down.
Yeah, this is the
Ooh, big play alert.
I got you. Yeah, it's your plugin for sure.
Yeah, it's just a different plugin that has both chats combined.
I did not realize that Joe's hands had Volt Switch.
Volt Switch is a cool lead with screens.
Yeah, you get to screen up, have Iron Hands be the dude that takes the hit, and then Volt Switch to your Miraidon at full health at full screens. Like, that's pretty cool. This does seem pretty not great for Joe, though. And you just ignore the Grimmsnarl's reflect this turn and just hit. Yeah,
Right.
I like hitting that slot. Flame Body is not an ability, by the way.
Right? He's gotten so many attacks off in his bulk. Game 1, he low kicked it into the switch too. Joe's been switching it into all of Iron Hands' moves.
Flame Body is not real and it cannot hurt you.
This is funny though, the Volcarona adding the dynamic that you have to go with a Trick Room approach because Volk is like otherwise your Hard Flame is not going to be good enough, fast enough, I guess.
Strong enough.
Yeah. Yep.
Joe got a Flame Body activation in Game 2 after like the 5th Drain Punch.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Okay, big dog press protect, and other hands are gonna slap each other.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And this is where not having low kick on your Iron Hands is a pretty big is pretty big in the mirror especially, right?
Okay, and I was saying goodbye, Volcarona. Is this Volterra Dragon?
I did not catch the Terra.
Okay.
Yeah, swoops.
Rhydon's gonna take 60 on the switch. No, 45 on the double up. Reflect is still up, I think. They got big
How much is taken now? After Terra's?
I said 45 from the double up. Never mind.
Yeah.
Is Reflect not up? Is Reflect not up?
I think it is up. Maybe it's not.
It's not Reflect, man.
That's true. That did a lot of damage. But like, oh, maybe he just never clicked it. Maybe he never clicked it. Because it hasn't been 8
Reflect was
turns.
up.
Hasn't been 8 turns, but...
My fault. I thought there was a Reflect. That was why my calculation was lower than Rhydon dying. I don't know what happened this game. Like, why did Joe get wiped?
Just didn't get enough, did not get enough value out of his early game, right? He's essentially sacking a Grimmsnarl to get screens up, and then Taran just did too much damage through it.
And Grim is a bit of a passive lead.
ESM says he thinks Reflect went up. I thought so too. We can go back and check.
Why did that die?
Because it's Iron Hands is a broken Pokemon,
like
mostly.
65!
Yeah. I also thought Reflect went up. Because he got 2 attacks off with Grim. 3 attacks off with Grim. Like, the Grim was sitting there. He was trying to avoid it. Yeah, this is the Reflect turn, right? That's light screen. Volt switch. Lives on 1.
Turn 1. Turn 1.
Okay, yeah.
Didn't he foul play
Okay.
for fun this turn?
Did he? Fake out Marida. Wait, what did he do? What did he actually do? Oh, yeah, he did click Reflect. Yeah, he clicked Reflect.
I think he...
Hold up. No,
Oh,
we
he
see
did.
it. Yeah, there, right there. Right
Oh, he
there.
did.
Yeah. So it was Reflect up.
Or did that mon just suck?
I mean, one, we see why people are running so much bulk on Maridon, right? It does seem like it might have come up in a game like this.
Okay.
But 2, Iron Hands is fucking broken, man. Low kick doing that much through Reflect, it's crazy. This one's it's fucking nuts. And also notably, Iron Hands hitting into the Volcarona like 5 times and not getting a burn is also. I mean, like if that low kick burnt, this game is very different, right?
Yeah.
So, and even game 1,
Okay.
he knocked a fake out into the Volcarona and didn't get the burn.
Wait,
so.
is this another set you're making me watch where Iron Hands is immune to getting burned? Fuck off. One day someone's Iron Hands will...
All right. So those are the 2 sets that I had watched. So that's all I know how it plays out. Here we see Wolfie taking on, I think, another Calibric Shadow.
Bro,
This is Tia
Get
Time.
some water. Go take a sip of water and then come back.
Bro, I've been talking like nonstop the last 4 hours, okay?
Get some water.
I got some water. I got some water.
Drink it, man. Don't just look at it. Type 1 if you think Adi should hydrate.
They can literally see me drinking water. So we got Tia Team. He is the guy who used an Ursa Luna team to get top 4, top 8 at one of the regionals in Reg H. The last EU regional, I think.
All right, Adi, the 2s have taken it. Dump your water in the sink.
Using the boys, using Clef CSR. The Combine set too. We know Sing, but still, gotta love to see it. I saw
using the Pelipper CSR build against Wolf.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be pretty good. So I did hear people saying that the CSR is lower than Koraidon. I'm not surprised. If you're running Combine, you really should be slow. It just makes sense. You need all the bulk you can get.
And Wolf has Life Orb, so I'm assuming he's Jolly.
Yes, exactly. And Wolf is Jolly. We saw that pretty much confirmed in his first set on stream. I wonder if Tia Team knows, if you watch that first set, the time that you have between top 16 and top 8 is much more limited. But also, there were 2 top 8 matches before this one, so he really should have had a chance to get all the scouting he needed.
Or you could just subscribe to Wolf's Patreon or whatever, and then just get the team.
That means he gets the team in 6 months. I actually don't know how frequently Wolf uploads to his teams in his Patreon. It might be right after the tournament. Anyways, the Pelipper version is pretty cool. I saw this at Birmingham. I saw someone using this at Birmingham. I think it was Red Silver, one other French player. And then there were 3 Pelipper CSRs, all from French players, using this exact same 6. So there was a whole contingent of French players running this exact version. And I think they all made D2, or they got points at least. I say that's all of them. Obviously, there might have been more that didn't get points, and I wouldn't have seen them. But so this team was floating around in the tournament, and I think it's an interesting take, right? Obviously, this is basically the same team I used, except with a Pelipper over the Raging Bolt. But I think the Pelipper is a cool slot into that last slot to help with Ice Rider, which I think is the big weakness of this type of Shadow Rider team, and it helps in the mirror, which is the other big weakness of this type of Shadow Rider team. And so,
one of the differences was you had CB the Ursh on that team was Goggles, right? It was Goggles.
I was Sash Stellar.
Okay.
And had taunts as well, yeah. And then I had CB Rilla, but CB Rilla no one else used
because bad.
Because that was my Ice Rider matchup, right? And he has a Pelipper to help with that.
I do like the addition of the Pelipper Urshi mode, but it is like a Pelipper Urshi mode that's speed controlled to ride. Like, it's lacking in that. And I don't really think that like rain boosted Ursh is like honestly that scary in the format.
Yeah. Also I think that I know I beat both Koraidons I played in that tournament. I think the Koraidon matchup is pretty bad for that team, and I think that having a Pelipper has to help. But it is hard to get the damage.
Beat me.
I mean, I beat you in a very, very close game, and I beat Colin in a very, very close game in that tournament. And so, yeah. But funnily enough, I used Combine CSR to beat the Gothitelle Koraidon team. So like, it's the same matchup. It's the same. Maybe if you had a Scream Tail, you would have beaten me.
You're so dumb.
Yeah, Goth walking switching is really annoying for CSR. I forget I think you brought Goth. I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't remember that set at all. Losing to you, I blacked that shit out immediately.
I remember the end game, and that's it. I remember you telling me what you're going to do in the 50-50 to lose the game.
Shut up. Wear your medal with pride. I didn't want to take it from you.
All right, so yeah, just seeing a
Is Fake Out Spore this turn?
Yeah, not getting your Combine off, just going for it. And now susceptible to Fake Out Spore. I think that both Pokemon have Protect. You can't double Protect, but then the Pelipper is stuck in a really awkward spot.
Is the Pelipper Ghost Terra?
Good question. I don't know.
I don't know either.
And Wolf doesn't have
I
knock
think I'm
on
getting
his CSR, right?
Smooch, smooch.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Just covering it. It's just
Covering for the Terra Dark.
Covering nothing.
But yeah,
it's
not...
the Wolf difference. It's the when I play against Wolf, I suck.
Right. It's not really covering for anything if you're not going to take the knockout. But we did see it was, I think, Spadefa Mungus, and that was something that, again, you should have watched the previous game. No. I am so pissed off because we saw the last time that Wolf played against CSR. We know the calcs. He should know this. He should know that wouldn't KO.
I like the mental herb on Wolf's team because it makes such a big difference since the Encore Whimsies.
Yeah.
I do quite like that on the team. I think that's very smart. I did look at Wolf's team before the games for day 2 happened, and then I just had the sinking feeling that it was inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Wolf is just a Parish one trick, really.
Well, I think that Alex as the pioneer of Goth Koraidon,
mm-hmm.
and Rajan as the monkey of Goth Koraidon. There were we were talking about aspects of would Parish on the Flutter main work, blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of that sort of synergy there.
Yeah, we just didn't end up going that route.
Yeah, well,
There's a lot of synergy there.
It is cool. It is cool. And like you said,
It's just a murder route instead, but
yeah, the fact that they stayed in there is pretty crazy. Pelipper should just always be switching in there. I don't know.
I don't get it. I really don't. I feel like the way that Tia Teammate played this, it makes me feel like he didn't watch Wolf's previous set against Calric Shadow.
So there's 2 things to say right now. One, I do appreciate that even though this is a Parish team, Wolf's Flutter does not have Parish. I do think the Sash Flutter not having Icy Wind for the Life Orb Koraidon is a toss, and I'm glad he has it. Second, the Wolf effect is real. There is you are playing against Wolf and you lose 25 to 30% of your brain cells. That's just what always happens.
And it happened to me too, and I still had enough brain left to win.
Okay.
Well, not everyone is as smart as you are.
Yeah, Alex, we don't all have triple-digit IQs like you.
That's true.
But I'm just saying, right? That is a genuinely demonstrable phenomenon. You just see people on stream against Wolf, and they start hyperventilating. I don't know why.
Listen, I'm a Wolf historian, and I can say with confidence that he only has an IQ between 100 and 110. And everyone else's IQ just gets reduced when they play against him.
The IQ does get reduced. That is genuinely true.
Sorry, that's a reference to something that I saw on Twitter earlier.
But Wolf did cook as fuck, Michael. I 100% agree.
Yeah, the team is based.
Hold up.
I'm very happy to see it.
Before everyone gets on me, I do have to pull up the tweet that I'm referencing. As an Elon Musk biographer, I would peg his IQ between 100 and 110.
All I would know is you would.
There's zero evidence that his biography that anything higher. I want you to repeat that now, lest you think it's a typo. There's zero evidence from his life history of Musk having anything that higher than 110 IQ.
All I see is Adi still uses Twitter. Move on.
I think that tweet is so funny.
Adi outed himself as still using Twitter and pegging Elon Musk.
Real.
As a lifelong Wolf historian, I gotta say his IQ is definitely between 100 and 110. Yeah,
which
you
is
can
higher
read
than
that
everybody
again.
else that plays VGC.
Which is true, so true.
Because most of our Pokemon,
trying to
they're
clown
capped at
on
level 100.
Teotime. I'm not even trying to clown on him because I do think that you might think that the Pelipper CSR player is just supposed to have an auto win here, but there's actually a lot of dynamics at play. It's just there's just something about playing against Wolf that makes players do a thing to cover an option that doesn't actually do anything.
I don't think
know.
that the CSR player is favored here. I really think that this matchup is very, because here's the thing. Combine CSR does not ramp very quickly, right? If you're nasty plot, you get one nasty plot off and you can at least threaten to knock out the team. After a Combine, you don't threaten to take a knockout onto this Koraidon, for example. You do need a little bit of chip damage, and this team does not have great ways to get that chip damage. And so while Pelipper is a really good positional tool into Koraidon, then you're playing a positional game against Wolf, and clearly that's hard to do. Yeah, it's hard to do.
Okay, thinking about the Mons that got brought. I don't know if Peli was my lead choice. I do think that by leading Pelipper, he did feel compelled to make bad moves in front of an Amoonguss lead. So he didn't have ways to stop Amoonguss turn one, like his own fake out or redirection. And I do think that Pelipper might have been more effective as a switch-in option against Koraidon. I guess he got a little scared of Goth Koraidon as an option and feeling like he leads Incin. But even if he leads like Incin CSR, he can parting shot out of Gothitelle because Koraidon does take a life orb, or does take the Intimidate, which is good for your own Shadow Rider. You can Terra Ghost fake out. You can switch Shadow Rider into Pelipper if you really want to go nuts. Like, there are still ways to adjust in front of that board. And I think by not leading fake out, you did leave the Shadow Rider way too vulnerable to Amoonguss. And that did, for example, like, if you don't start Calm Minding early, you don't have Calm Minds up mid and late game, right? And that is a ramp that's really, like...
Right. He had a chance to click Calm Mind turn one, right? He didn't click it. He clicked Astral.
Not ramping is punishable, and by leading Pelipper, he put himself in a position where he didn't feel like he was able to safely Calm Mind turn one.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I liked the lead order. I think, like, especially since if Wolf chose not to lead Koraidon by leading Pelipper, you lose a lot of that advantage. And we're seeing that he's doing it again.
Yeah, and this time it's worse because Wolf didn't lead Koraidon. So now the Pelipper is, like, really out of position. Sorry, did
like, nice to switch Peli out to the Incin or whatever, and then Terra Calm Mind turn one, but, like, that's just losing so much, and it's just so vulnerable to, like, parting shot turn two.
Yeah. It is interesting that Wolf is clicking fake out into this Pelipper. I guess it breaks Focus Sash, but I don't know. If I'm Tia Team, I'm always switching out Pelipper.
I do think you're supposed to switch out Pelipper, but that, like, I don't know what Peli's Terra type is, but that does force the Pelipper out this one turn. And this does mean he does get a Moonblast off onto the Shadow Rider, but, like, you kind of are supposed to Calm Mind switch to Incin on that turn, right? Terra Calm Mind switch to Incin?
Yeah. Wait, what did he switch into? Incin, yeah, okay.
I don't mind that, per se, especially since he knows that he's fast.
Why are you doing it?
Stop doing that, man! Fuckity fuck!
I don't get it, man.
I'm sorry, the Wolf effect is real. I'm not dismissing Wolf. He's, like, the best player in the world. He's obviously built a really sick team, and he practiced like fuck for this tournament. No, that's just objectively true. But the Wolf effect is fucking real. Watching Wolf grab his water bottle at 2x speed, though, was like he was making a really aggressive flex. It honestly is the world champ difference, or whatever the fuck, whatever it is he says. It's just there's nothing, you're obtaining no value by pressing Astral on any of these turns you're pressing it. I'm sorry, I'm not a good guest for these streams.
I mean, I don't know. This is it's hard to say nice things when it's kind of a blowout. I wasn't really paying attention the last couple turns.
I admittedly did stop watching because the pressure is gone and Wolf is winning the game with Flutter Main Amungus.
Right. Yeah. Like yeah.
It's over from 3 spots ago.
Yeah. I also like. This is where I really don't like things like Life Dew on Clefairy because like he can just ignore the Clefairy. Clefairy's not doing anything. It's
really. I do agree with that. My follow-up point is I think Clef blows right now, regardless of how much of a fanboy you are, because it's still the most ignorable Pokemon in the world. And what it does is it sets up an already slow game plan. Like, I feel like Clef plus Calm Mind CSR is just like, what if we took pressure and got rid of it? And you are trying to win turns like 5 through 7, but like, that just sucks right now. At least when Turtle does it, it's like pretty sort of like typing removed and the instant doesn't get to like parting shot 800 times. I don't know. Whatever. I think Clefairy's dog shit. Like, cool. Your Incineroar went from 3 HP to 15 HP.
All right. Yeah, while we were talking about this, I was fucking with the stream chat to make it look a little better. Hey, Daniel Marcello says, I'm only here for Rajan's take. So you got at least one fan.
I appreciate that. I was not nice to you last time I was on stream.
And I saw someone say that Tiatime was considering running Stealth Rocks on Clefairy, which I think is a Sebastian Rodriguez is the person who did that at one point as well, at a LATAM special. So yeah, I mean, no, I still think Clef is good. I do. It had a pretty good performance at this tournament. But this was not the best showing for it, for sure.
I guess, like, as a follow-up, like, Teotime's clearly a great player. He's piloting this team and had a really, 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 really good run and is making a lot of good plays to get here, right? Like, I don't think that there's any disputing that. It's just, there's something about playing Wolf on stream that makes players who aren't as familiar with stream, and I don't think there's a player who's been on stream more, really, than Wolf, so he's probably the most used to it. But there's just something about, like, a player who's not used to being on stream just forgetting how to win the game when they play Wolf.
So I also think, like, part of it is he uses really unorthodox stuff that you have not seen before. You especially in a format right now where the meta is very well established, the players who do very well at tournaments are very well prepared. They know what they're doing into all these common teams. And then now you get put on the back foot because you have to figure out how you want to play this brand new matchup. And
well, I don't appreciate that in this moment because if you are a day 2 player, right, going into EUIC, and I obviously like am the most inconsistent like day 1 Swiss player, and I'm not trying to pretend like I know everything, but you will have looked at some teams, right? And unfortunately, like not unfortunately, fortunately, whatever, like a player like Wolf running a team like this, it has star power, right? Like there is definitely star power there. So when you're looking at that's surely a game plan you've prepped against, or at least thought about, because someone is going to post somewhere, look at Wolfie's Wolfie Cone Parish doing his Cone Parish thing, right? And like you will have seen that OTS, you will have thought about it, and he was on stream right before this, right? So you did have those calcs and things to look at. It's just you go in just thinking there's no way you're going to beat Wolf.
No. I really, again, so first off, I think Michael has it in chat. It's different seeing the OTS and knowing how the team plays. But in particular, and like you could argue, you should have watched his day 1 stream where he did play against a very similar team. But his day 1 opponent didn't play very well either. And I will say this again, having prepped the CSR matchup into Koraidon before Los Angeles, obviously very different looking Koraidon team. It is a very unintuitive matchup. It is when I tried the game plans I was doing, what I expected to do, it didn't work. And if you haven't prepared the Koraidon matchup, you need to like the way that the matchup, for what it's worth, the way the matchup is supposed to play, if you are the CSR player in this shoes, is you need to realize that, especially using Calm Mind, you need to realize that at +1, what damage rolls you get. You need to find ways to chip damage. I was literally, Rajan remembers this very clearly, I was literally throwing my Rillaboom away to get 1 or 2 Grassy Glides off just to put everything in range of my Astral Barrage. And Tiatime, maybe you could say that he was getting his Astral Barrages off early, but he wasn't getting his boost off, and he wasn't throwing damage into Wolf's Pokemon. And so he wasn't actually like that. But again, that's not how the team normally plays. It's just not how you normally play this style of team. And so I think it is a very unintuitive way of playing that you had to figure out on the fly. And yeah, I understand why, he was put on the spot a little bit.
Yes. I don't mean to say that he should know exactly what to do. I'm not trying to say that it's an easy problem to solve, and I'm not trying to even clown on him in a particular way. It's just something I see against stream sets against Wolf all the fucking time.
Someone asked in chat, if you want to prep against Perish Trap, who would you ask? I'd probably ask Alex. That's probably my number one person. And then someone else asks...
But if you don't run both Gothitelle and Gothorito, what can Alex even do?
Right. I mean, I can't think of a single person I would ask to prep against Koraidon Gothitelle. Not a single person I could ask for that. And then the other question that I see...
Top 4 is excellent for NA VGC. What are you talking about?
No. So Wolf in top 4 is bad for NA, but that's not true.
Does he already have an auto-invite?
He already has an auto-invite because he won a regional, but he didn't play an NA player. He played an EU player, so he kicked a EU down an invite, right? But he didn't kick an NA down an invite.
The auto invite meta is fake. Just get one.
It's so frustrating because we saw Joe lose to Taran, and that cost NA an invite as well because Joe was getting an invite anyways, but now he didn't get the auto invite.
Just qualify.
Well, every single time we see an NA player miss out, we saw Marcus lose an invite on a Heatwave burn, and it's like, well, that also cost an invite. And this happens 4 or 5 times. And then all of a sudden the bar is up 30, 40 points. I was thinking about this last night. Because you see this happen 4 or 5 times. And then I look back at my GC1 where I missed out on another 40 points by bubbling out of their top 32. And I'm sitting there damn, that's like an 80-point swing over the course of a season. But absolutely. At the end of the day, you do what you got to do.
Just do what I do. And
win a regional.
Don't qualify.
And don't attend anything. Run dog shit when you go, and then pretend that you don't care about qualifying.
Right. Well, I might be going to Atlanta, so we'll see. I found some cheap flights. I have to book that. And that means I got to play this format.
I'm gonna DM you.
He's DMing him. Don't go. Don't do it.
Bet. I gotta book tonight probably, and then I'll let you know. The
Rajan method is unmatched. The Rajan method is give up every amount of just identify dog shit equity somewhere, whether it's in your prep practice, whether it's in the team you bring. Or just find where you are dog shit and then say, I didn't need to qualify for Worlds this season. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
So before we jump into this team, which is pretty cool, I want to Puzzler asks, is Koraidon and Fluttermane speed tying a big issue on Wolf's team? And I want to answer that because it's not really a speed tie because Fluttermane gets a speed boost when Koraidon is on the field most of the time.
Yeah, you just need to press Flame Charge correctly. It's fine.
And more than that, it's actually very important that once you Icy Wind with Fluttermane, you always outspeed everything that Fluttermane would outspeed, which is important. You outspeed all the other Fluttermanes. Even if you speed tie, I believe that the way the math works out, you actually get the is that true? Yeah, the way the math works out, you actually get the you outspeed them. They hit 204 speed after an Icy Wind with
307 divided by 1.5 is going to round down to 204, so the Koraidon will outrun.
Proto applies after you consider the speed boost, so it's 205 divided by 1.5 times 1.5. 205 divided by 1.5, round down, multiplied by 1.5. So yeah, exactly. So yeah, it does matter that it doesn't matter that they speed tie. In fact, it's very intentionally supposed to speed tie, and which is why I was so upset at the player in Wolf's day 1 stream match where you just like assumed that his CalRX was faster. Like, God, you gotta look at the team sheet and realize this is max speed Koraidon. It's not hard to figure out. Anyways, let's look at this team because this team was very cool. It's Dylan Yeomans. I do not know how to pronounce your last name. Very sorry. And yeah, so it is it's Arabega, except it's actually we said that we have a Whimsicott. We don't need Whimsicott, and we don't need Fire Pawn. We have Incineroar, which we've seen before, and we have Iron Treads, Choice Band Iron Treads, which is pretty cool to see. And is probably a crazy mirror breaker, right? In the Miraidon mirror, you got to imagine this Choice Band Iron Treads is going to go really hard. It's Agati's team,
Yeah,
I think. Agati did not run this.
I'm not a believer in treads, and even seeing it this far, I'm still really sus. I need to see it come to this game
as well. I do like a big part of my Worlds prep was the 5 months on Arube, like the hands, giraffe, Miraidon, I had Whimsy, and then it was just figuring out what dog shit you want to run. I love Incineroar on Miraidon. I think that's fine. Treads is cool because it's like a really solid mirror Pokemon more than anything else. Like it obviously resists or is immune to all of Miraidon's attacks, and then applies Oko pressure into the Whimsicott, so it makes it pretty difficult to like actually extract speed tie value or like to speed control your way through the matchup. Like Treads does do a lot of cool things in the mirror. Like that's why he's there.
Okay. Apparently, Agati used this team
like
at Worlds, and it got top 4 at Rio. So that's apparently where the team kind of came from. And yeah, here you go, Iron Treads.
Like any other matchup, Treads is occasionally good into like
what was the boost?
Rillaboom Ice Rider. It should be attack.
Speed. It was speed boost.
Who got the attack? Was it the hands? And I was just confused.
Yeah, it was the hands. It was the hands.
My fault. Cool. Yeah, okay. Then speed is the good one. The funny thing you can do with Treads is it's also very EV dependent in a way that's pretty funny.
Did you see that?
What happened?
Great click helping hand. Treads clicked high horsepower KO the Iron Hands.
Yep.
Said get out of here. It's water hands, right? No, it was poison hands. So I assume he volt switched in that slot as well to try to pin it. Oh, it's poison. It can't even. It's pin. It doesn't matter. It can't even tear out of it. There's no switch in. Everything dies.
He definitely did volt the hands. He wasn't like expecting to get.
He didn't need to.
Damage.
It was poison hands. It doesn't need to. It's Terra poison. We saw it.
So the chat's expressing that that's a role that's very much not in the Treads' favor.
Is it? Okay.
It's a 1 in 16 apparently.
Gotcha.
But the horsepower it was almost assuredly a double up into the hands.
Yeah.
Like unless it wasn't, but that would be pretty disrespectful. The helping hand into die is pretty funny though.
It's really funny.
I am a big fan of the helping hand, but like no one's listening. Like if you clap in a field and you're the only one to hear it, did you really clap?
No.
All right, GG game 1.
Okay.
I mean, so the Miraidon did come in after the Treads died, so that's something.
Oh, 100%. ESM. A lot of the plays that we've seen on stream today, because we've been seeing so much Arubega, is players expecting a giraffe switch in and covering for it, and then getting punished when it doesn't.
What HP investment is 207? It's actually max HP. The 207s are max.
Yep.
And we've seen this quite a bit on stream. It's just, yeah, a lot of people are running that. So actually, you know what? No, never mind. No, there's no chance. I was like, oh yeah, there's a whole Pokemon in the back. So, you know, kind of getting run over, getting rolled over, I guess I should say, in game 1. Aha, yeah. Because there's a bike and there's a rollout Pokemon. You see?
What a funny boy. Get a load of
Crushing
this
it.
guy. You know what I'm saying?
But hey, you know what? He only got 1-0'd, right? Only lost to 1 Pokemon. So it was a close game.
That's honestly a great way to look at it. I agree. He did only get 1-0'd.
All right, I do have a stop in an hour, so we do have an end time for this stream. We have 3 games left after this one, but I'm gonna fast forward through this one, and then from what I heard, top 4 might not have been the most competitive, because I thought I had more time to start the stream, and then it was like, oh yeah, stream's over, so I imagined it was quick matches. Although I think we got some pretty offensive teams in Top Cut. So certainly the Iron Treads team is pretty fast paced. You win or lose pretty quickly, looks like. FYI, if you have premium, you can go up to 4x speed on videos now. That's pretty cool. The games are pretty uncompetitive, but they were very well. I think it is new. I think you need premium for that. I'm excited for the Gavin set. It's been a while since I've seen Gavin on stream.
I wonder why.
Well, it's probably because he went like 5-3 at San Antonio. 4-4 at San Antonio? No, he went 5-3. He said he lost the pair down in the Winnenden. All right, so this time, yeah, we did see it was a roll. So this time, not quite getting there. And we did see a switch. We did see the switch Miraidon into for Regraph to cover for the fake out. Not going for fake out, just attacking. But not prioritizing the Treads is interesting, because Treads is obviously like, we see it. It's the biggest threat. So going for the Miraidon was curious. And we see a Roar to cover for the Trick Room, and it went first. So he did actually go for Trick Room.
Big fan of Roar. The other funny thing about Roar, I had this in Alex's DMs when I was building for Indianapolis. The other funny thing about Roar is leading Miraidon for Regraph, and then going for Volt Switch and side roaring, and then just like getting your Miraidon in a lot of the time. Like it was a side roar.
Dylan is styling on him. Dylan is just cooking. I mean, I know you can't prevent the Trick Room this turn, but, you know, maybe a little too late.
Wait, is that the actual CB damage, or was that helping handed?
That was CB damage.
Oh, he switched out. Oh, he was not seated anymore because he got roared out. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. That's really cool. Yeah. And now I imagine they both click Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam. And Treads wins the game.
Treads is still alive, so the game's over.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Foul Play, I guess, does some damage to it.
Not enough.
Oh, it was Helping Hand.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a helping hand. Giraffe is kind of a bulky boy, if you'd believe it.
All right, Helping Hand Dazzle. Let's see how much it does.
So this is supposed to, I mean, Dylan's supposed to kill the Furgraff with the Iron Hands. And then just kill the guy.
The hands lives. Yeah.
You need to stop
hands. The hands living, I think, is the like. If hands died to that Helping Hand Dazzling Gleam, Grant might have gotten
what
there.
did hands click?
Low kick.
Into Miraidon?
Yeah.
As opposed to killing Giraffe?
Yeah, I mean, if you kill the Miraidon, you win the game.
Yes, that's fair.
Because you have your Miraidon at full and back.
Oh.
Yeah, and so, I mean, but if you on the other hand, if you lost your Iron Hands, then you bring in your Miraidon, you have to Terra Fairy it. Grant is presumably slower. You KO the Treads. The Miraidon takes a bunch from the double up, and I think Grant might have gotten
Dylan
there.
ever Terra?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe he was supposed to Terra hands.
I think so. I think he probably was, right?
He tears the hands out of his fairy weakness and prioritizes hitting them right on, then like you do just get to win.
Yeah, no, I think it was a lot safer too. I mean, I kind of understand it because maybe you think that if you save your Terra from a ride on, you also always win. But yeah, I think that, I mean, no, seeing that damage roll, I do think that you probably were supposed to Terra the hands there. But, or maybe you know your EV spreads really well. And maybe you're like, honestly, like, it's not unreasonable to be EV'd for that, right? To be EV'd for the Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam. With helping hands, you know, it's a calc that you really could know quite well.
Oh.
All right, we got Takayuki versus Gavin coming up.
Let's go.
Gavin, of course, OCIC champion, reigning Oceania International champion.
What Gavin said this morning was that he is also the oldest IC champion ever, winning his IC at the ancient age of 25 years old.
I guess that's probably true, huh?
Gavin's all about the fun facts.
How old was the guy who won 2017 EUIC? He's an old man, right? It was Sekium.
Who the fuck won 2017 EUIC?
It was Sekium, right?
Probably like 22 at the time.
I guess that was 8 years ago. I guess
don't say it like that was a while.
I think of him as an old man now. So Gavin I didn't even look at Gavin's team. He's on a Kyogre team, different from some of the other Kyogre teams we've seen. With I guess Wolfie might also be the oldest Ice International champion.
That is a funny gesture at 2x speed. Look at Gavin's arm.
What do you do?
Just shook it violently.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Maybe just cold out there. I don't know. I don't have much to say about this team, but it is a hyper offensive Kyogre team that decided to not use any of the shit mons and just use the good mons, which I respect.
The shit mons are the good mons, actually.
We've seen so much Basque Legion. We see so much Archaludon. We see so much Serena. Okay. Yeah, no, like that's what I mean, right? Okay. Serena, Archaludon, Basque Legion.
Lando. Like Torn, Lando, and Urshifu are Kyogre's protosynthesis Pokemon.
Yes, you know you're allowed to use Landorus. But we know again, like Pengi did really well with Serena. We saw Daniel Yu do really well with Basque Legion. We saw Eden Bachelor using Basque Legion and Archaludon. We saw another Archaludon team. So it's cool to see like a little more maybe refined take on it. And then Yosuke, Takayuki. Is Alex here?
Alex was robotic and left an hour ago.
He's still in the call.
No, I'm here. Hello.
You know the Japanese players better than anyone else. Tell us about Takayuki. And you know Ice Rider better than anyone else. Right?
No, I don't know if I know them better than anybody else. So no, I don't know if I. I did. Were they on stream day one though?
Takayuki?
I believe we talked about the 6. Yes.
I think we talked about the 6.
Yeah, I feel like we did see this 6 on stream day one. Maybe it was.
This is Yanagi T Poke. Top 16
Gotcha.
WCS 2023. So top 16 Worlds in 2023, 33rd at Worlds in 2022. So a very accomplished player. And playing for a Worlds invite right now. And this is
I'm finally locked in.
Yeah. Because
it's an Ice Rider matchup. Ice Rider has been completely absent from this day 2 stream.
And also, it's sad because one, not only am I get to root against Ice Rider, but I'm rooting for Gavin. We saw 4 NA players in top 8, and this is the last one. I mean, Wolfie of course won, but Wolfie is not giving us an extra invite. So Gavin's our last chance to get the extra invite.
Honestly, going to Japan though is also pretty hype. Like that is just cool.
I respect it going to Japan as well.
As long as it's not like a European, that's like a dub.
Well, EU already picked up 2 invites. They picked up Taran and Dylan.
I guess they're not getting any more, though. A third European isn't going to sneak into cut now.
Takayuki
so
built Jevons' Players Cup 3 team. He's the Torkoal Kyogre guy.
Yeah.
Next week, Gavin really looks like he's shitting his pants.
All right, let's Kyogre Amoonguss versus. Yeah.
So you're more experienced with Ice Rider than me, Alex, by every margin. Does Ogre Shroom look like a scary Ice Rider lead? Because it sure seems scary to me.
No, because this Urshifu has taunt.
Neato.
Yeah, you can also like threaten a knockout if you're willing to take a lot of sacrifice your Urshifu with just Surging Strike Glacial, right? I didn't see.
I've been liking Terra Water Ice Rider lately, and yeah, it's just chilling here.
And yeah, I think he's just going for the KO.
One funny thing about Alex, or one funny thing about Gavin's team is he just does not believe on Protect on his support mons. He's running Clear Smog, Pollen Puff, Amoonguss, and no Protect Torn. He's just like, what if you just
the
kill that spot whenever you
Amoonguss
want?
Have a Terra that would make sense for close combat to come out there? I'm just curious.
It's Terra Dark, yeah.
Yeah, then that honestly, I 100% respect that play, and it's kind of cool that you get to just force a switch as you're doing it with the close combat into self KO from the Kyogre attack. I don't know if they were intending that. Urshifu probably could have done something on this next turn, but yeah, it's not even that bad a spot to find yourself in.
No, I mean Urshifu Water is really good inherently into Kyogre teams, but yeah, certainly. Getting that KO on Amoonguss is always the scariest mon, I think, to face down with Ice Rider. Not always, but one of the scariest mons.
Gavin did use this team in NPA a couple weeks ago, right?
Yes. He used it
pretty much exactly.
I think he used it against. No, he didn't get to play against us, right? He subbed out. Did he sub out?
We used it the week before. This was part of what we were. So Ogre dodges Icy Wind. I don't think that really matters. Good EVs on Iron Hands. Goodbye, Shadow Rider or Ice Rider.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting.
Yeah, Iron Hands goes down, so it's 2v2.
And Urshi comes in, which is pretty.
Rock Pawn. Does Urshi should live a Moonblast, right?
If it Terras, right, for sure.
It does. Oh, it does have Terra. Yeah, then this seems pretty good for Gavin, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
I don't mind the Aqua Jet forces to follow me, but if Fluttermane dies, doesn't he lose to follow me? Or if Ogre dies, doesn't he lose to follow me kill Ogre?
Jet, Icy Wind. He Aqua Jets again, and then he Aqua Jets a third time. Right?
What if he protects?
Yeah. Fair
no,
enough.
don't protect in front of Urshifu.
Haha, you're so sexy. Yeah. This is clean. Even if Rain expires, the Fluttermane doesn't live. I don't think. Yeah, no.
It's way too low.
I wasn't sure what HP it was at.
Why was that an Icy Wind?
It is Scarf Urshifu.
I know that, but I still am wondering if it was Follow Me Moonblast the Ogre. I guess the Icy Wind is a play that actually covers for Protect on Ogre, which is in Gavin's range. But I was just wondering if follow. No, I get it. If he's Surging Strike,
right.
Okay, fine. There's still just Surging Strikes can happen. It never felt like Gavin was overwhelmingly ahead at any point in the game. It just kind of worked out.
No, I mean he made good trades, right? That's kind of what it came down to.
Yeah.
Hello, my friends.
Yo, what's up? How's it going?
Sebi, congratulations on your top 64 NAIC, Sebi. EUIC, Sebi. We are live, by the way. So this is Sebi's first appearance in the Tub Nation stream.
We are live on Twitch and on YouTube.
Oh no!
If you don't want to be live, you can fuck out, but you can stay.
I'm at the hotel room, live from London. just got back from like beers at the bar, so I'm heading out to not disturb the live stream. So guys, have fun, enjoy yourselves. Good night.
Congrats on your top 64 finish.
Thank you. It was easy. Bye bye.
Have a good one.
That's Sebi, everybody.
All right.
He's
So
an old man, so we can't read that it's a live stream channel.
you know, we've all been there, going out to the bars and then say, gotta go on stream. Go say hi to all the like 120 people watching us across both YouTube and Twitch. 110. Hello everyone. We saw a double tear of water here, and then just a close combat into the Chen Pao and big damage coming out. Now this is turn 2. That sucker punch going out into the to KO the Urshifu. Is that what I missed? Hold up. Yeah. So just traded big damage here, and then yeah, sucker punch coming out, picking up the Urshifu. Surgic strikes. Doing a chunk under half, right? Ooh, over half.
No,
that's a lot of damage.
I mean, it's got a lot of multipliers, so I get it.
She's still in here.
But it won't KO now.
Right.
And Ogre's in here.
And Fluttermane comes in to give it, to threaten with Moonblast. Or whatever attacker wants, really.
Yeah, I guess Dazzling Gleam, right? So this one actually runs it.
Does it run it? I thought it did.
He's Moonblast Icy Wind. I didn't know if he had Gleam or not.
Gleam.
Okay, well, he's Gleam.
And
that's confirmed.
Oh, this is a crit. It's a crit on the Iron Hands. That crit mattered, man. That crit let him KO the hands.
Jimmy, again with the unfortunate crit on Iron Hands.
Because setting the flutter is applying enough pressure to just like water spout. Like this is still a pin. Like this is still a reasonably pinned board. Unless Fake Out comes in, Jet just kills Ice Rider, and if that happens, then Water Spout kills Ice Rider.
Yeah, now it's a bit of a 50-50 on whether or not Kyogre protects.
I mean, if you're
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Attack the Urshifu.
Well, so if the Gavin can either Gavin's locked into Jet, he can either Jet the Ogre Pawn and Origin Pulse.
Water.
Yeah.
No, you can water spout here.
Will Water Spout pick up? It probably will. Or you can protect the Kyogre if you think they're going to attack the Kyogre and Jet the Ice Rider, and then you Jet twice to win the game, right? Or you don't. You can you Jet the Ice Rider.
I mean, Rain is probably going to expire though.
Last turn of Rain. Okay.
If Rain expires, you definitely don't get the 2-shot on the Ogre Pawn.
So this is the last turn of Rain. Then how do you actually get out of this if you're Gavin? Because Protect won't win the game then, because you can, even if you, so you have to. Okay, we can figure this one out.
Yeah, there's nothing then. If I didn't think about the Rain part. If there's Rain, then if the Rain's going away, then there's nothing.
There's nothing, right? There's no. Gavin has to call him out, call him making a misplay.
He doesn't have to kill the Ice Rider and press the button. Hope he overthinks it.
Yeah. Well, Yusuke is no. This is a misplay from Gavin, I guess. Now knowing what we know, because Yusuke should just target the Kyogre and he wins anyways, right? Yeah.
I mean, there's crits in Gavin's range that weren't there before.
Right, or you can get a double protect. That's the other. Okay. That's actually higher odds. Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't get it, but he can still crit the Jet. He didn't. Oh.
Dang, that's crazy. What?
Not rude.
What?
He just what? Wait, what? Are you serious?
That was just rude.
that's it's the opposite of disrespectful. It's actually respectful. It's saying
you deserve to lose though.
No, but it's like,
I know you can call the double there, right? Like obviously, but I actually just am not sure that getting the double.
No, see, I'm with everybody in the chat who's saying it was a good play and they respect that play or whatever. Because I think that not enough people, like, it's just kind of like a show of character. Like, not enough people are willing to make calls on the stage when you have to make, like, when you can make the call. Like, just win the game. Like, sometimes, yeah, we play for our 100% outs, but sometimes you are supposed to, like, make an exact response to how you are expecting your opponent to play. And so, yeah, why let it come down to the double protect when you know that he's going for the double protect?
But did
just do it.
3-shot, though? Based off the damage. Like, was Aquajet a 3-shot?
Alright, zoom in. Wait, I want to see Gavin's reaction to him targeting the Ogre Pawn, or the Urshifu. He scoots back.
Did the eye roll.
Look at the damage on Ogre Pawn. Was Aquajet a 3-shot?
I think it was.
Are you sure?
It looked like it. It's close, but for the sake of... But
I think it's
say
baller. I'm not...
No, Rafa, you're also coming at this from the wrong way.
No, like, object... No, he's coming...
Gavin's...
He's doing it the right way. If there's a greater than 33% chance to go for a double, then that was the right play.
Shut the fuck up, nerd. Oh my god.
No, it's game theory. It's game theory. This is what makes Pokemon interesting. It's basic game theory. It's the prisoner's dilemma on crack. It's really interesting stuff.
I just don't think Aquajet was a 3-shot. That's where I'm at.
Oh my god, dude.
Someone in chat asks, what time is the finals tomorrow? It's just the last game. It's after TCG finals and Unite finals, and then juniors and seniors finals. So we don't know. It depends on how quickly those games go.
Rafa, you're agreeing with me in like a nerdy way, but Adi is also agreeing with you in the same nerdy way. So
yeah,
it's just tough. It's just a tough scene.
Okay, so we see Rock Pawn switch out into Amoonguss, smart play, taking the U-turn, and then we also saw the Iron Hand switch in. Okay,
Adi, think about it like this. If Aquajet was a 3-hit KO, right? Wasn't Gavin always tossing by not attacking with Ogre?
No.
Because he got the jet off. And
that was the first
Ogre,
attack.
Was that the first one?
Yeah, that was the first one.
Oh, okay, I'm dog. All right, fine, whatever. Shut up.
That's why he needed the double protect to get the 3 KO.
I'm no longer interested.
Okay. So, wait, hold up. I gotta go back. I want to rewatch this game. We were talking about something else, but when I see the Ice Rider go down turn 2, I'm always really interested. Okay. So, Rock Pawn, Ice Rider taking on double fighting. And I'm just going for the fake out into the Ice Rider and trying to get the trying to break the sash on the Rock Pawn. Going for U-turn, not going for the double up, which is definitely a play that he could have made, but instead, which not that it would have helped, it would go into Amoonguss anyways. So smart play from both sides.
Went for the Water Spout Wild Charge into the Ice Rider.
Amoonguss had not made an appearance from Unagi's side yet, which is also quite interesting. So yeah, like if I was Gavin, I think I would have gone for the double tap into Rock Pawn, but obviously it wouldn't have made a difference either way. Now we see Kyogre coming in a really good spot, right? Threatening this Ice Rider quite a bit. We just see a big old Water Spout, no Rage Powder. So just getting the Glacial Lance off, double tap, picking up this very, very ignorant of Amoonguss, but in exchange for your Ice Rider, you do get a big Glacial Lance off and a Spore off into this Kyogre. And Urshifu comes in, finally safe. Finally safe.
Is it safe?
Is it safe? Maybe. It'll have to call the slot right? We know there's an Amoonguss in back.
Almond Shrimmer is just such a dickhead for opposing Ursh.
It's almost like Ursh is at 60% usage.
I know.
Yeah. We agree. All right. Amoonguss comes in. Amoonguss goes out. It's a revolving door of Amoonguss. As the kids say.
Called the Mushroom Fridge Door.
All right, Stellar. So this is like a Stellar CC? Is that what he's going for?
That's
Stellar
into
Surging.
Ogre.
Into Amoonguss.
Oh, all right.
That's rough.
All right. Well, who took more damage, Shrimmer or Urshi?
Amoonguss. Slightly, I think.
Shrimmer.
Yeah, like a little bit.
Cool. This is still okay.
But the Rock Pawn is in a pretty solid position. Amoonguss coming out into Iron Hands.
Pawn has to put damage into Ogre, right?
I'm interested. Like I get you wanting to keep your I think that's right. I think that's right. But losing your Iron Hands is going to be.
I'm dog shit at this game.
Close combat into Amoonguss, and that's Stellar boosted. So, right, you're always losing the Ogre there with that play. And now you have your Urshifu. Jimmy says, unfortunate crit. Wait, did the Ivan Cudgel crit again? I didn't get crit. Yeah, it did. Oh, that's so funny. Okay.
That was Iron
All
Hands
3 games.
Does not love him.
Yeah. Okay. So Gavin still has Terra, and it was Terra Grass on hands.
Right? So just fake out, kill the grass pawn, right?
Well, Amoonguss is coming in, so maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe you would have gotten owned.
Right. Well, I mean, that is what Gavin did, so we both got owned. I'm a
Fake
firm
out
believer
Urshi.
in just being garbage and not playing any amount of considerations for switches.
I mean, I think you have to lock into Surging. I guess, yeah. It just
I mean, you just do it again.
He
right?
Terra watered this turn, right? Yeah, I guess there isn't another Terra that you can really use this game. Yeah, you just got to do it again. And then
if your hands is dead,
you have to one tap it, and then you keep your guy. Or she survived, right?
Yeah. You do one tap it. All right,
and
then
then
you kill this guy, and they're wondering if Amoonguss gets there for sure.
Right? It has Sludge Bomb, or he has.
No,
does he have Clear Smog, Pollen Puff?
Clear Smog.
Okay.
Clear Smog, Pollen Puff.
Does that get there? That's close.
Probably not.
Because Amoonguss took some damage, and we were talking about the crit on Iron Hands earlier.
This
is close. This is real close. Because this is Power Whip range, and people said the crit mattered. I don't know if the crit. I think it might have mattered. Not sure. Puff doing under half. Oh, that's yeah. Look, I don't think the crit mattered there. I don't think the crit mattered there.
Puff crit. If that was Sludge Bomb, I just think Clear Smog sucks.
Yeah.
But that's tough.
Yeah, crit didn't matter on the hands. I don't think the crit mattered on the Amoonguss either.
The crit definitely did not matter on Amoonguss. You just need to hit the Power Whip on the hands, and then that was his, which is cool.
Yeah. Yeah, really close set. Just really close set.
That's his World's Invite, right? Locked up?
Yeah, World's Invite.
You think that
Gavin lost his World's Invite on that turn, which was pretty
well,
tough.
But so Gavin, I don't know if he'll qualify.
His first event of the year was San Antonio,
and he got top 256. And I assume he's going to NAIC, and I assume he's going to Vancouver.
He's probably going to every event left, just considering the life. But
I was chatting with him earlier. I don't know if he's going to every event, because he didn't say he was going to Milwaukee.
Wait a minute, dude.
What's up?
I'm just realizing the timeline for EU. I do have to head out after this one, but I'm just realizing the timeline for EU versus NA. We took half the spots in top 8.
Yeah,
and EU did not. Japan stealing one of the spots in top 8 means that they only can have 3 max. They do have that 3. They've got, I think there's a French player and 2 UK players. But let's go. I mean, I'm just very anti-EU. You have to understand.
Right. No, it's a shame that NA had half of top 8 and then only 1 in top 4.
Right. We have 15 more minutes for the last step.
That's right. I do have to leave in 20 minutes, and I think Alex has to leave in about 20 minutes as well.
And this is the last set, right?
And no, there's 2 sets. They're both top 4 sets. So we'll zoom through this one. This is Taran versus Wolf. We've seen these 2 teams. From what I imagine, I think that if you are Wolf and you're running this team, did we see him against a Miraidon player? We did, right? He crushed a Miraidon player in round 10.
A reasonably good spot to, like he just gets to fake out that slot, flame charge that slot, and that or blitz it. There's obviously the rig switch in possibility, but I guess he doesn't care. Cool. I think Frig's kind of hard to bring because Frig does get locked out by a lot of Wolf's pieces.
Yes. Oh, yes. That's exactly what we were talking about. That's what Alex was saying in the first time we watched him play against Rebecca. It wasn't Rebecca, was it? It was a little different.
What were you talking about?
Oh, it was Luca. It was Luca. Right. Yeah, it was Rebecca.
What were you talking about?
Same difference.
No, we said...
I do have to get going, so goodbye, stream. Have fun.
All right, have a good one. We were saying the same thing. We were watching the set, and Luca lost game 1, and then won game 2 by bringing for Rigorath and clicking Trick Room, and then lost game 3 by trying to do the same thing. And I think Luca played game 3 a little poorly because he correctly called the Koraidon Terra and KO'd it turn 1, but then also clicked Trick Room. And as a result, put like the rest of his pieces in a really awkward position because his Miraidon was now in Trick Room.
Sure.
Yeah, it was an interesting game, but I think Luca did not play the game 3 especially well.
So what do you do if you're Wolf here? You fake out the Ogre Pawn, just kill the Whimsicott, and then make it a 2v2?
I think so. Because this Hard Flame is not threatening the Koraidon at all.
Koraidon dead. Oh, right.
Is what? It's Miraidon's dead, yeah.
What? When did it die?
It died to the
Koraidon,
Koraidon,
it took the
right?
CC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it took the Life Orb CC. That was... Yeah, Life Orb CC echoing Miraidon is a very cool interaction.
Mm-hmm.
That was something I was testing before NAIC because the Life Orb close combats were just like essentially like 9. It was so much stronger than Clear Amulet Collision Cores. You get the base power increase and the Life Orb increase. It's like just giving them on like an extraordinary damage output.
Mm-hmm. All right. SkyMax says EUIC Finals is going to be hype. I'm going to be honest. I think that... So, this is a criticism that Nails has quite often. The Finals being on a third day where players have a night to prepare kind of dampens it because it's not like more spontaneous Pokemon. You've prepped out... You spent all night prepping out every single line, right? That's just how it is. And Wolf with prep time is broken. He is better than anyone else, I think, when you have infinite prep time. Now, that being said, it also exacerbates matchup advantages, right? If one player does have a pretty significant advantage, they are going to be able to leverage it better.
What happens here? Now he just wins with Perish, right?
Yeah. We'll see. It is funny. It feels like every time we have NAIC or EUIC, it's the last couple times, right? With Pat Con and with Tim Edwards, it's been a very unknown NA player taking on a very established EU player. And this time it's the other way around, where it's a very established NA player taking on a very unknown EU player. And we'll see if we'll see how it plays out.
What the fuck were those spoilers, Adi? You not only spoiled the results of this match, but you also spoiled the results of the next match.
Oh, did you not know? Sorry.
In that one sentence.
I forgot. Yeah. I forgot we had another match to go. But to be fair,
right?
chat also literally chat had said who's in finals, and I was just talking about it. Forgot that you did not know, but yeah.
I assumed it was Wolf because I saw his tweet.
Yeah.
This does look like he is just playing his buttons extremely well. He can fast forward to the next game.
And Rafa points out that Side Roar is really funny against Perish Trap. That's true. I didn't think about that. That is pretty cool. Okay. War would be cooler against Wolf if they didn't have Taunt. True, so true. Goth does have Taunt.
Yeah, Goth Taunt is just really broken. Just like Psychic Fake Out Taunt Protect. It's just such a good set.
All right. Now we see Taran leading the Urshifu into Koraidon.
So we just, why is it not Terra Flame Charge the Whimsicott Rage Powder? My dog shit.
Seems good to me. I don't know what he's doing. I mean, I don't even know if he has the Terra Fire.
You
like,
kind of do, because the blast is a bit... Oh, you're faster.
You outspeed it, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. You don't need to turn all. You just killed the Whimsicott and Moonblast the other guy. Sure. You're right, you don't need to Terra.
There's no harm in Terraing, I think.
You do if you attempt to Flame Charge the Whimsy and Whimsy Terra so you don't kill it.
Sure, yeah. You are probably Terraing the Koraidon in this matchup anyways, so you might as well. It seems like that's been what's happening. Flame Charge isn't guaranteed to kill Whimsy. Okay, good to know.
It is with Life Orb. It is with Life Orb. No, it definitely is with Life Orb, Michael.
All right, Rage Powder. Draco will pick up the Amoonguss, so we'll see how much this Terra Water Surging Strikes does. Oh, never mind. No, we won't. We will not. It's just Koraidon's crazy.
Yeah, because it's slower and Owen, right? Yeah, Life Form CC is just so broken. Like, I'm a big fan of this specific set.
Okay, this is just what you did with Miraidon, except with Koraidon.
No, you put the damage in. Like, I'm not trying to be like, I did it first, but like, that was the exact Koraidon set that I was testing before NAIC. Because it's just, Life Orb CC is obscene.
All right, well, you know, ESM has posted the calc in chat,
all right,
showing that you're wrong.
All right, yeah. Oh, shut up! 252, 200, shut up. That is not a spread that Damon has ever had in the history of its life.
No, but, you know, I mean, if you have enough bulk,
right,
then
fine.
If you have enough bulk, then, like, maybe it's a roll. You don't want to risk
fiction. If Michael needs to make fictional nonsense to win the argument, that's fine. It's fine.
When you're in such a good position, you might as well account for fictional nonsense, right?
Yeah, Terra Fire is the correct play. I do think that was the correct play. I'm just saying. All right, well that took 5 minutes.
Cool. Wait, so who does Wolf look like this time? Is he Steve Jobs this time? Alex was saying he looked like Brock yesterday.
Ooh, Brock's a good one. Maybe Brock's dad.
All right, we got 10 minutes to finish this set. I hope it finishes quickly. Dylan Yeomans versus Yasuke Takayanagi. Takayanagi being a very, very accomplished player. Dylan, this being his first really big finish.
Admittedly, the difference in achievements is kind of funny, but that's just what it's really exciting to like make the big stage your own, right? Like having a newer or like less achieved, like accomplished player break out with really cool options is really interesting.
Right. Yeah. I mean, again, I think people are writing off Dylan a little bit, and it really feels like the way that we looked at NAIC finals last year, where I think we all kind of wrote off Patrick. We were rooting for Patrick, but we're like, man, like Aurelian is like the best European player right now. Who is Pat gone? Really and then Patrick balled out.
Game 3 macro is really good.
Dylan is they them, by the way. Thank you. I did not know that. I will. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you as well. I also did not know. So what would they be doing here? So with the Miraidon treads into this, you can definitely apply a lot of pressure with treads. That's like kind of funky. You do get to put a funny pin on the Ice Rider in that you get to Steel Roller Volt Switch it. If it terras, if it doesn't terra, it dies, and if it terras, it dies. The Steel Electric pin is very good into Ice Rider Terra Water.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty cool.
Steel Roller is just a direct OHKO, so that does get to like... I mean, you can take advantage of it for sure, but... whatever. Don't give ESM any kudos. Fuck that guy.
Alright, let's get into the game.
We got 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, and I can say a little bit longer, but yeah, we're kind of zooming through this one. Maridon hands. Another. I keep saying the same lead over and over. I've seen so many Maridon hands leads this tournament.
Well, I mean, you can very aggressively just apply damage into the board in front of you here. I know the Icy Wind is available, but like the Iron Hands is not like really. Yeah, I like this a lot. Iron Hands doesn't like extremely get that much pressure.
Yep.
But you can switch it out, and then Terra Gleam is just like applying a lot to the board if you want to clean up the other pieces.
Right, and Takayuki can double protect to scout this Maridon, and this is such a good punish to that as well. And even if he doesn't double protect, then it's still a good play, right? It's still.
I mean, you still have fake out
value
now, so like now your guy's just gonna be at full health and can apply like put 80% into the Flutter Mane, kill that slot. Like I'm very happy with this board state for Dylan.
Yeah, no, this was a great play for Dylan.
Blitz is cool.
Right, because there's no way Takayuki lets the Urshifu go down. This is a pretty aggressive play, but
Sash? Or is it Sash?
It is Sash, yeah.
Yeah, that's very reasonable.
And so Flare Blitz covering for an Amoonguss switch is going to go really hard.
It was a U-turn.
Oh, it was a U-turn? Okay. Still, honestly, a very good play. Still covering for.
Very happy with that. Now fake outs. You can fake out the Flutter now.
You can?
Like, you want to fake out the Flutter switch to instant?
Michael asks if Koraidon was a meta call or just a comfort pick. I think it was a really solid meta call. We've seen Koraidon doing really well recently in we won the latest Victory Road Tour as well, with a very different take on it. But yeah, it has been overachieving recently. So I think it's a really strong call into what the metagame looks like right now.
Very good heavy spam.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing they noticed about Dylan is they've had fake out available like every turn, and they have not clicked it a single time. I'm pretty into that.
That's how you're supposed to play it. Yeah, absolutely.
So disrespecting booster speed flutters damage output quite a lot here, and I think that's very reasonable because that mon sucks.
Right, and now they're taking 2 KOs as a result.
2 KOs come out, yeah, and then you just don't feel very good about your board state if you're I don't know how to say their name. Yosuke
Takayuki.
Well, you just don't feel very good about your board because even though you have your hitters out, you have Urshi and Calyrex, like you do get to just like apply maximum pressure with your own Urshifu if you just get chip damage off. Like this feels just really good.
Right. I mean, that's the thing about about Ice Rider is that sometimes they just throw damage at you, and if you don't have like your Amoonguss alive, it's hard to come back from that. And that's exactly what looks like Dylan is going to be doing.
Double KO here, but like, does that matter?
It's going to be Incin with Fake Out, Pressure Live, and the Urshi just protected. And
the darker, so you just throw a Wicked Blow into the Calyrex.
Yeah. So you just get to fake out Wicked Blow.
You just fake out that guy and then Wicked Blow that guy, right? Yeah.
Rafa says they go by Yanagi. Good to know. Okay. So Sash is intact, but also the Urshifu is also Sash, right? So it's just
and Dylan's Urshifu is going to get its Grimne boost.
Where's the alt format where every Pokemon has Grimne, has Beast Boost?
Extremely well played game by Dylan. I think like not pressing fake out at any point was just a lot of like they just kept the momentum in their favor just every single turn.
Yeah. The turn 1 especially was turn 1 and 2 were so clean and put them in such a commanding position.
Okay. Cool. Very well played. They just like did not give Yanagi any chance to like stay in the game. I think the one spot that could have gotten dicey is if the Moonblast got a special attack drop on Dylan's Maridon, because then the Fluttermane would have had more HP, but I don't even think that really matters.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that Yanagi is trying to make an adjustment by boosting his Fluttermane damage output, but what we're going to find in the set is that speed boosting Flutter's damage output is not worth boosting.
I wonder if this is not Terra Ground on Chiyu, right? We would have seen that if it was game 1, I think.
Also just not a good Terra anymore.
Yeah, and now much more susceptible to that fake out. But maybe disrespecting Dylan a little bit, saying, you're not going to click fake out. I get to lead my Chiyu. You haven't clicked it yet. Oh, man, that did nothing. That did nothing. That obviously just KOs.
No, it's not a good one. It's, like, pretty terrible.
Yeah. That was not enough damage.
I don't know if Heat Wave even kills this Incineroar. Is that is the fake out live? Oh, this is
yeah, the fake out's live.
Okay. I wonder if Yanagi's Amoonguss is EV to live at Draco. It takes a lot of investment to live at Draco.
I also don't know what the Terra is, so it might be Terra Fairy. I don't. Chiyu's Terra Ghost. Thank you.
I am pretty comfortable with these gleams, though. Just saying, like, what if I put enough chip in, so I always win with my Urshifu is pretty good.
Right.
I don't know what Terra Dylan's Urshifu is.
And we're not going to find out.
Is that right?
Huh?
Oh.
And also, notably, that was U-turn, right? That was U-turn instant. Something that we've seen a little more of. Not just parting shot.
U-turn's cool too, right? And that's on Rocky Helmet instant, right? Not even AV.
Yeah. And there's the Pollen Puff, right? So that is kind of how you recover from that's taking big damage with your Ice Rider. But might be a little too late. I don't think Amoonguss has Protect. Even if it does,
it doesn't have Protect, it's just getting smoked right now.
Yeah, and Dylan has just not clicked faked out. It doesn't matter. Who cares?
And it does not care at all. Because essentially the name of the game is, can I delete the mon that's preventing my
Urshifu from winning?
Urshifu from pressing the big blow.
Yep.
And because that Iron Hands, like one of the things that made Iron Hands feel really bad early meta, especially when I was testing it for Indianapolis, was that like there was just no part of my headspace that thought like you run that mon slow, right?
Right.
And then because the Iron Hand stops like Ice Rider from setting up Trick Room in the matchup, like and you're just forced to Glacial Lance, like the Wicked Blow guy is just in such a much more commanding position. And then Dylan's looking at this and saying, okay, well, like, if your Calyrex Terras, that means I have Fake Out Live on your Shadow Rider and we still win. Or on your, what's his face? The Chew? This seems pretty good. Yeah, this is perfect. Very, very, very well done. You can't Trick Room because I have an Iron Hands and I just get to Fake Out kill your, guy and then fake out kill your guy. Yeah,
there's the fake out, there's the kill your guy.
I get to kill your guy again and I should still win through Heat Wave Burn. Like, just very well played. I believe this still wins through Heat Wave Burn. It's a Chew. Okay.
All right.
Good set.
All right.
One deserves their spot in the finals as fuck.
Absolutely. They played super well. I would love to sit and reflect on this set. I think that, this was actually way more interesting a tournament than I expected to for it to be, but I do have to go. I do have dinner plans. So I'm going to send you guys over, if you're on Twitch, to Undead25, who is apparently dragon cheering their Kyogre. So go say hi to them. And we will catch you guys later. Thank you. And thank you, Rajan, for sticking around.
Yeah. I wouldn't have watched this stream otherwise, and I wanted to.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you all for tuning in. And until next, stick around for Monday on Top Takes, or Monday or Tuesday, when we hopefully get some of the players who did very well in this tournament. It should be interesting to reflect on at that point. And yeah, we'll catch you guys later.